What now?
Can I go find a bush? I need to pee.
Where do I even begin? When it comes to subverting expectations in video games, you can draw from a whole lot of examples that accomplish a laundry list of different things. From marketing to gameplay to story, video games in general are no stranger to having the player walk in the door expecting one thing and leaving the experience with something they never would have imagined. Bloodborne, for example. You walk 3 feet into Yharnam, what do you see? Werewolves. Van Helsing. Atlanta tweakers. Burning crosses like a sundown town in the 60s. But then, halfway through, suddenly out of nowhere, it's a totally different vibe. Aliens. Gods. 6G towers. Unknown horrors beyond human comprehension. 8-legged rape centaurs. You name it. The game subverts the initial expectations in service of the player's experience, creating a rich world full of visual storytelling and shit like that. It's memorable. But what if we flip this on its head and made a game that subverts the player's expectations, not out of enjoyment, but out of spite? What if, instead, we made the player feel like a jackass? What if we made the player feel like the victim at the end of a mean prank? Or maybe a more important question, why would anyone make a game like this? Or honestly, just the question of why?
Why do people think? Why do people live? Why? Why? The intoner's questions continued on and on and on.
This is the exact question that spawned the subject of today's video, as well as the same question I asked upon finishing it a grueling 40 hours later. No long intro this time around, we're talking about Square Enix's questionable yet beloved 2014 cult classic, Drakengard 3, also titled Dragon Dragoon 3 in Japan for the PS3. This is going to be the first in a new retrospective project on the Drakengard/Nier games, so if you're wondering why I'm starting with the third entry, it's because it's chronologically first in these games' overarching timeline. Drakengard 3, for what it's worth, is an interesting title on its own merits. Compared to its much more popular and arguably more polished sister series Nier, most people consider this game not just to be skippable when concerning playing these games for the full experience, but outright just total unplayable dogshit, which I think is rather close-minded, and isn't fair considering just exactly who's responsible for this game. You ever see this man before? Now you have. Yoko Taro, born 1970, is something of an anomaly amongst modern game devs. Even amongst his eccentric peers discussed on this very channel, Taro's track record, design philosophy, and other things have made him stick out as a unique and experimental visionary in the world of game design. Despite having established such an impressive pedigree and reputation within his field, the guy is something of an enigma, even with the wealth of interviews, articles, and me literally seeing him in real life at the 2019 Nier concert in Rosemont, Illinois. The finer details are pretty much hidden. Known for his dark and often morbid style of storytelling, Yoko Taro had a pretty normal upbringing in spite of it, living with his parents but primarily being raised by his grandmother due to his mom and dad running a restaurant as their day job. Taro attributes his grandmother's stern but loving influence to rather limited aspects of his game design, but by and large, he was always kind of a weird kid who was, socially speaking, on the fringes, and found great joy in video games, books, anime, manga, etc. Weirdly enough, the guy didn't really find his artistic side until well into his post-high school years, failing to pursue the sciences and instead diverting his attention to an art degree at Kobe Design University, where he quickly grew a small but valuable network of connections, all of which went straight to Namco after graduation, splintering off further after a few years into several different positions in a variety of companies. One such connection was Takuya Iwasaki, who went on to form game company Kavia in March of 2000. Iwasaki had a previous run-in with Enix producer Takama Sashiba over some classic Japanese business meetings, aka getting blasted at the nearest bar. They had come up with the idea for a game based around Ace Combat's flight mechanics, due to Iwasaki's previous work on the Ace Combat series from his time at Namco. Only instead of jets, they thought, Yo, this shit would be awesome with dragon. The dragon/fantasy setting had taken inspiration from Northern European folklore and mythology, which then lended itself to the game's beat-by-beat combat featuring melee battles against hordes of enemies, something specifically inspired by the popularity of the Dynasty Warrior series around this time. As the project took shape, its working title was Dragon Dragoon, or Drakengard, as we'll refer to it from now on. In fact, Enix, now at this point, Square Enix, had originally ordered Drakengard as a pretty generic JRPG type game at first, but as development went on, more and more darker elements were introduced to set it apart from its contemporaries at the time, especially so following Yoko Taro's inclusion at the company. After drifting around different development gigs, Taro was originally assigned to art direction, but was then moved to directing the entire game after Iwasaki had been caught up with other projects, and could no longer do it himself. After Yoko Taro stepped up, he practically turned the darkness factor up to 11, including so many taboo themes and topics, he was worried whether or not it would even make it through development, on top of numerous general development issues. As fate would have it, the game went under the radar past the higher-ups and released, despite many bumps in the road. So many that Yoko Taro swore that this would be his final Drakengard game for good. Nonetheless, the game had been received with above-average reception, in large part due to its presentation, which most people agree is the game's strong suit. On the contrary, Drakengard 1's gameplay had been the subject of quite a lot of scrutiny, with the ground combat feeling sluggish and repetitive compared to other titles in the same league. Taro always had a thing for media that pushed its respective medium, citing Gradius as a big inspiration for his foray into game design due to its unique presentation among a sea of repetitive arcade shooters. Much of his interest stemmed from a certainty that video games would surpass other mediums of entertainment, and now that he was in nearly full creative control of his own, he wanted to make something that would stand out and feel unique. So of course, Drakengard drops, and yeah, it is a very bizarre and different game, quite unlike anything at the time, almost feeling like a satire of common tropes and conventions found in many titles during this period. And this is where Yoko Taro's core design philosophy is established. Sparing much of the details for the first Drakengard game, as this will get its own video down the line, the title was concerned with, simply put, murder. Mass murder! What drives people to take a life or even find joy in doing so, with Drakengard's basic premise putting the player in the shoes of Kaim, a young vengeful prince with a growing, insatiable bloodlust. The story follows him and his unlikely dragon companion slaughtering armies of foes hell-bent on capturing his sister, who bears a divine seal. Beyond the plot and narrative, Drakengard conceptually says, sure, this is all simulated violence and it's all superficial or whatever, but what if we really did just take a step back and took this concept to its extreme? Not necessarily that killing is bad or killing is wrong, but rather toying with the idea of murder in video games, and the in-world ramifications for the characters and their state of mind, which I find deeply fascinating. It's an undercurrent that runs through all of Yoko Taro's works, from Drakengard 1 to Nier, and beyond to Automata, leading us right here to Drakengard 3. Turns out he did end up creating another Drakengard game with a little pestering from Takama Sashiba a few years down the line. While being first chronologically within this timeline, this game isn't necessary for understanding anything in Drakengard 1, or even the Nier games, but I'm doing it this way anyways because it's interesting to see not just Yoko Taro's writing evolve and change over the years, but also how they all take from one another in some way, shape, or form. It might not have been planned this way, but I feel, as a player, it's the way the games were meant to be experienced. I don't have much of my usual development history talk to go into with this game, nor is it really needed to understand what we're getting into with this video. Drakengard 3 is a game best experienced at face value for what it is. A frankly, shitty game to play, but with a lot of heart and a lot to say. The basic gist is similar to Drakengard 1, but instead of a prince, we play as Zero, an intoner with superhuman abilities as well as the capability of manipulating magic, on a journey to slaughter her 5 intoner sisters who rule different parts of the game's world. The game had similar issues to the first title despite active efforts being made to put the gameplay up to par with contemporary action titles. Combat was still lacking, gameplay was still repetitive, and new complaints had been raised about the game's egregious dialogue needing to mention something sexual or masochistic or generally clinically insane every 5 minutes.
I guess it makes sense that an insecure loser like you would try to compensate by dressing like that.
Okay, that's fuck back.
But just like Drakengard 1, the story and presentation are the real meat of this game. I'll tell you right now, I've been playing a lot of shitty games recently, especially for this channel, but I can say for certain, beyond the mundane gameplay, repeated lowbrow sexual jokes that I personally think are kind of funny, and the actual self-inflicted torture that is unlocking the D ending, Drakengard 3's got a lot more to it than it lets on, and we're gonna cover all of it, from start to finish. Of course, from this point forward, it's gonna be spoilers for the whole game, as well as the pages upon pages of canon manga / novella material associated with the game that was published leading up to its release. With that being said, we're gonna find out the answer to why this game exists, why Yoko Taro made this game the way it is, and why our disgruntled protagonist Zero is going blood for blood against her own siblings. It'll be a long, sad, confusing ride for the next few hours, as we try to figure out just what the fuck is happening in Drakengard 3. So Drakengard 3 is split up into 6 respective chapters and a handful of branching chapters for alternate endings. Chapter 0 is the game's prologue, and immediately throws us for a loop with this fairy tale-ass intro cinematic. Our first introduction tells us that we're in a medieval world that was once plagued by war and civil unrest, until 5 goddesses descended from the heavens and established order through the power of song, their signature magical ability. The goddesses were referred to as intoners and were worshipped as well as given rule over the former kingdoms, leading humanity into a brand new age of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
And as a result, mankind enjoyed an age of sweet reverie, basking in the newfound light and
There is a non-zero chance Yoko Taro took inspiration from Shrek for this scene. This cinematic officially introduces us to Zero, our protagonist, and does well to establish her combat prowess. However, it doesn't really do much for the world building past this point. We see that she can handle a sword, has a big dragon, and has it out for the intoners. That's it. Go crazy. Our first taste of the actual game isn't all too bad. The controls feel snappy and Zero's combos are easy enough to string along, not to mention the feedback is satisfying. The blood splattering the screen and on Zero herself go a long way in making us feel like we're actually doing something, and the audible wet slapping from the hit noises is music to my ears. Strong start so far, but there's a few things I noticed right off the bat that were questionable. 1. I thought we were in medieval times. Why are we in the middle of a ruined metropolis? And 2. Zero is immediately characterized as an unfeeling killing machine.
All of you. Women, children, the elderly. It doesn't matter. If you stand in my way, you're gonna die. If that's what you want, then get in line.
Like usually, yeah, we like a determined, motivated girl boss, but Zero's shown to be almost obsessed with getting back at her sisters no matter who's in the way, and for now we're just along for the ride. Even her trusty dragon, who we're introduced to as Michael, is questioning whether or not all of this is gonna be worth it.
Where the hell are my sisters?
Are you certain about this, Zero? About slaying all the intoners?
Of course. Why else would I be stabbing everyone?
Zero reaches this cathedral in the center of the city, and 2 minutes into the game, we're already standing before the 5 intoners, with their names being, well, 1 through 5. We're first and foremost introduced to 1, who's something of a leader amongst the intoners. She's got a very no-nonsense attitude and resembles Zero the most in terms of personality, and to a degree appearance. 2 is bubbly and vibrant, 3 is the weird Hikikomori, Tomoko, Serial Experiments Lane, you know, creepy Susie, Ruby Gloom. The gist is that she's off-putting and weird. 4 is empathetic and reasonable, and 5 is a slut. I hope you're keeping up because we are already in a 1v5 against all of them. This prologue is strange to me. There's a lot of good, basic characterization, and the dialogue between Zero and her sisters is also some nice crumbs of development. But by and large, We don't know why we're here, why this medieval city is full of skyscrapers, or what grudge Zero exactly holds against the Intoners. If anything, they seem pretty inoffensive and pretty fucking far from evil. Even 4 tries to straight up reason with us and mentions that the real Zero would never do this, implying that the Zero we're playing as is either under some kind of mind control, doppelganger, evil twin. This Zero is not right. 5 verbally molests us, which makes me feel less bad about causing all this trouble, but as the player, I certainly wouldn't mind using her massive fucking boobs as a pillow. What I'm trying to say is that this creates more questions than it answers, which is probably due to how Yoko Taro writes his stories. The guy is well known for his unorthodox method of writing, where he will literally write the ending first, then somehow build the narrative and all the plot points to end up at the conclusion, rather than starting at the beginning and doing it traditionally. The prologue acting out this way makes a lot more sense when you realize it's supposed to create more questions than introducing or explaining ideas, maintaining a pretty strong sense of mystery that managed to pull me in, sit down, and have my ass listen. So Zero fights her sisters to a stalemate, and one pulls out the grand coup de grace. This bitch also has a dragon of her own. This dragon, and generally the reason for the presence of dragons in this game's narrative, is both insane and also super important, but we'll cover that when we get to it. Right now, just understand that Zero's dragon companion, Michael, is the strongest out of all of them. Gabriel, one's dragon, is debatably on the same level, but only because he's not quite normal. Gabriel's more so a hulking demonic beast with the trappings of a dragon, and Zero can't quite keep up with him, and ends up getting her arm blasted off her body via this laser barrage. Dragons, in the world of Drakengard, are prideful, intelligent, and act of their own will, but are also the only creatures in the world capable of harming and outright killing Intoners, which is why Zero and her dragon Michael are best buds.
How can he still have so much strength?
The two end up getting mollywopped by one and her crew of Intoners, and Zero has no choice but to flee, with Michael in critical condition. The last words we hear as the screen fades.
Now, let us sing of the world's end.
That's it. That's what we're working with going into this game. So you're probably wondering, did Zero survive? Yeah. Did Michael survive? No. But also, yeah, you'll see what I mean. Before we get back to Zero, we get a brief narrated rundown of the situation. Drakengard 3 takes place on the continent of Midgard, made up of 5 distinct nations. And yeah, this is just Europe, but upside down. The 5 nations in question are the Land of Seas, the Land of Mountains, the Land of Forests, the Land of Sands, and finally, the mysterious Cathedral City, which was the skyscraper ruins the game started in. Each province is ruled by an Intoner, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 respectively. After their squabble in the aforementioned Cathedral City, Zero withdrew to a hideout in the Land of Seas to lick her wounds and plan for the next assault on her sisters. An entire year has passed since their last meeting, and Zero awakes from a nightmare about Michael.
No, don't. Please, don't leave me. Michael!
Damn nightmares.
She's got herself a decent little spot. Rent is probably a little high, but even Intoner's gotta make do in this day and age. Zero can comment on various things in her cottage, like her missing arm now replaced with a prosthetic, or the gigantic flower bursting out of her right eye socket. But the one important detail is that she implies Michael didn't make it after what happened in Cathedral City, but the riffraff outside suggests that she's certainly not alone. And this is where we finally see what's left of him. This is Mikhail, the reincarnation of Michael. Dragons, being magical entities in the world of Drakengard, have the innate ability to perform a last wish if they're quickly approaching death. One such wish can be used to reincarnate into a new body bereft of their previous life's memories. They might look similar, but Mikhail is a completely blank slate, both in terms of experience and personality.
Don't roll around in the fucking mud!
In the little time we spent with Michael, he came off as fearsome but level-headed, with a bridge of mutual respect between him and Zero. On the flip side, Mikhail operates under the basis of a literal child, and could not be more opposite from the brief impression we got from his previous incarnation. And it's not entirely because he's basically one entire year old either, his personality is just naturally inclined this way. He's juvenile, often curious about the world and Zero's intentions with her sisters, even empathizing with them at times, hopelessly optimistic, and he likes to play in his own piss and shit as an added bonus. His and Zero's interactions make up the bulk of the game's dialogue and overall characterization, and are also some of the best due to their clashing personalities.
Let me know if you need me, Zero. I'll come right over, okay?
Goddamn right you will. And when you do, you better not chicken out on me. That means no running away like a crybaby, and no rolling around in your own filth.
Oh, all right.
Zero, at most, tolerates Mikhail's presence, and straight up refuses to even say his name until she feels that he's up to snuff as a fully fledged dragon like Michael. Anyways, this mission is Zero's first attempt to slay the Intoners after an entire year, so we're gonna spend this chapter making our way to 5, the youngest of the sisters, laying waste to whatever armies are unfortunate enough to be guarding her. This is the basic gist of the game. Tracking down the Intoners by raiding their respective kingdoms and killing anyone in your way. You can also upgrade your weapons and buy shit at the shop owned by a nice young lady named Accord, who we'll talk about later. We didn't get a very thorough idea of the 5 Intoners when we were busy getting the shit kicked out of us by all of them at once, so we'll start with the target of Zero's ire for this mission. Lady 5 is the youngest of all the Intoners, but also happens to bear the most mature appearance. She can be best described as a lover of all things in excess and grandeur, and to her, this world is made up of 2 things. Things she wants, and things she really wants. 5 has an unhealthy attachment to materialistic, hollow, short-term satisfaction, the type that comes with gorging on scrumptious, delectable food, buying and wearing exquisitely tailored clothing, and fucking as much as possible. Essentially, she takes what she wants, and then some. 5's disciple Dito, whose role is to be something of a protector and also doubles as a, no exaggeration, sentient boy toy to regulate her inhumanly high sex drive, flat out considers her greedy due to her rapaciousness, which is pretty valid considering this is the same woman who wanted her sister 1 to create 3 magic clones of herself so she can eat and try on clothes at thrice the speed. 5 doesn't consider herself greedy, however. She's simply
Meat, legendary meat. Ooh, just thinking about it makes me
She simply views her desires and vices as a reflection of her powerful and influential status as an Intoner. Having the power to obtain what she desires is essentially what gives her life, and that control/dominance over what she feels is rightfully hers is what she describes as euphoric and orgasmic. She only wants what she can have, and being an Intoner with a large sphere of influence, oftentimes just kinda fucks off with Dito to find exotic foods across Midgard, and if she's not doing that, it's spending inordinate amounts of money on stuff she likes, getting bored, selling it, and replacing it with new stuff. 5 has previously speculated what kind of life she would lead if she didn't have total control over her wants. To live a life chasing something that's impossible to obtain, and deems it to be worthless. What keeps her happy is thinking about the things she wants, the thing she really wants, and nothing else. To 5, this is what it means to live. To gain, lose interest, and quickly gain whatever else catches her eye. To fuel her desires in a never-ending cycle.
Oh, yummy. So yummy. So yummy.
Now, surprisingly enough, none of these reasons really apply to why Zero wants to kill 5. In fact, some of these traits aren't exactly alien to Zero herself.
So, what of sister is 5.
The slutty kind.
What's slutty mean?
It means all she thinks about is dirty stuff.
Oh, so she's just like you.
Would you shut up already?
The Intoners aren't strictly Zero's sisters, but rather physical extensions of Zero herself after an incident involving the flower currently poking out of her right eye. This makes it a little less weird when 5 starts coming onto Zero mid-boss fight, but we'll talk about that in the flower business when we get there. Redirecting our attention back to the action, Zero and Mikhail are closing in on the Shrine of Seas, and overall we see a lot of architecture that indicates sea trade. These lands once sustained itself on meager trade of marine resources, and having access to such a large open port allowed for the people of the Land of the Seas to eventually enjoy living off the riches of mercantilism, which really only kicked off after 5 took over and sold almost all of the previous lord's belongings to Eastern merchants because her cantankerous chichis got too big to fit in them, which stimulated the trade of the entire country. This is a trait intrinsic to not just 5, but all of the Intoners. They all possess some weird physical affliction due to their magical nature. 1 senses grow torturously sharper with each passing day, 2 has insane physical strength, 3's hair grows at an unnatural pace, 4 has really fast fingernail growth, and 5, well, yeah, her boobs never stop growing, something she is in-universe totally okay with. The previous Lord of the Land of the Seas was a governess named Cerulia, a cruel yet influential figure who maintained her enchanting youthful looks by stealing the youthful essence of teenagers and kids. Kind of like if Shang Tsung fused with Epstein. Despite being supported by her people in the Land of Seas, she, and by extension the rest of the lords of the other lands who she personally led as well, would freely exploit their people and take their wealth for their own gain. After the lords were unceremoniously ousted and their leadership replaced by the Intoners, all of the lands, including the Land of Seas, enjoyed a much higher standard of living, even if most of 5's governing wasn't governing in the slightest and she was just out and about just doing shit like fighting giant crabs and sandworms because she was really hungry. A pattern that will increasingly become clear is that the Intoners are armed to the fucking teeth. First it was just these boarding ships with small crews, and now we're full on in dragon combat taking down a battleship, which, aside from being a cool little set piece and our first piece of combat even relating to the title of this game, lends itself nicely to building the dynamic between Mikhail and Zero.
God damn it, dragon!
Ow, ow, ow! Why'd you just stab me?
There's a noticeable disconnect between the two, mostly when it comes to mutual respect, and the best way I can describe it, it's like an abusive motherhood. Mikhail relies on Zero almost like she's his mom at times, but more broadly considers her his best friend, and as such feels obligated to tag along with her in killing the Intoners. Zero, on the other hand, it's hard to tell at times if she straight up laments Mikhail and just puts up with him because she needs a dragon and doubly out of respect for Michael, or if she does really have a very funny backwards way of showing her appreciation for her scaly friend. Either way, she berates the living shit out of Mikhail and he just kinda takes it. It's like they're both Stockholm Syndromed into tolerating each other. Anyways, we're at the Shrine of Seas, and our first Intoner awaits.
It's been too long, sister. Well, if it isn't the pretty princess. So what's it like being surrounded by a bunch of brainwashed idiots?
Oh, I see that long, sharp tongue of yours hasn't changed. Still so rude.
Rude? But I brought you a housewarming gift.
A gift? For me? Why, whatever could it possibly be?
It's revenge for what you did to me.
No, right. How could I forget? Back then, you were so strong it made my thighs ache. But not anymore. Michael, the greatest of all dragons, is dead. And all that remains is that pathetic little shell of his former self. Still, I suppose I'll be nice and make him my pet once I've had my way with you.
Huh?
Yes, that's right. You and that sad excuse of a dragon will both belong to me soon.
If you don't shut up, I'm gonna stab my eardrums with a fork.
Oh, I have so missed these titillating little chats of ours. My dear, dear sister. But now it's time for you to die.
Behold, the fifth song, grand light of antiquity, the great power made manifest, the ceremony of glorious arrival. Burn into thine eyes the punishing lance of divine retribution. I, Dito, summon thee in my name. Vanuel, arise!
Ugh, how tacky can you get?
Our first proper boss of the game isn't even 5 herself, it's actually just this big crab she summons. Okay, so to lay out some stuff that's just been established, I mentioned earlier that intoners are capable of casting magic via the power of song. And, well, yeah, 5 is quite literally summoning this thing by singing, with the added help of this little full-grown man, if you can believe that. This is Dito, her disciple. Their combined abilities have summoned Vanuel, a Watcher, which is a being best described as an angel within the context of Drakengard. Now, that disclaimer at the end is important, because yes, these are indeed angels sent from God himself. Only the problem is that this is a series where God took a good long look at humanity after creating it, and straight up said, no, 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 no. So of course, these angels are anything but gentle emissaries. They're all violent war machines created for the purpose of destruction. God, being the creator, considers humanity to be disturbing failures that purely exist to serve their own egos, and created the Watchers to dispose of them. Now there might be some disconnect going on here, and you might be wondering, wait, so why are the intoners, who seem to have humanity's best interest in mind, capable of summoning murder angels tailor-made for killing people? Well, the thing is, they don't know that. The intoners just think they're magically gifted in being capable of summoning these miraculous creatures to do their bidding. But Zero knows better. She knows exactly what's going on here. The Watchers weren't the only thing created to end humanity. There also exists an entity known as the Flower. The same flower on Zero's face, and the same flower that created her sisters. It's not entirely known what exactly the flower is capable of, or how it was made, but all Zero knows is that this thing is bad news. Naturally, you'd ask, okay, so why doesn't Zero just kill herself? Well, the last time she tried that, 5 clones popped out of her carrying pieces of the flower with them, and scurried off into the sunset before she could finish them off. So that's why we're here. Back to 5, who is currently implying to her sister that they should all have a threesome. But that being said, Zero's goal should make a little more sense now.
My song's power! No, please! Shut up!
With 5 down, we... Oh, never mind.
Whoa.
5's disciple, Dito, ends up finishing the job, and we see firsthand the flower's essence dissipating into thin air.
She's dead! She's dead! She's dead! You sure loved working me to the bone, didn't you? Well, your little disciple won't be taking your abuse anymore! I love you! I love you! What'd you love? You make me sick. You goddamn stupid.
Alright, I think it's about time we moved on to the next chapter.
Fear not, for you do not fight alone. Your dragon's protection must be a welcome thing indeed. You should thank him.
I'm dreaming again. Not every dragon is like you, Michael. Unfortunately.
Working our way down the numerical order, Zero's next target is 4, who resides within the Land of Mountains. Following 5's defeat, her disciple Dito ends up joining us. The first impression we get from the guy is borderline psychotic, and if you need any further convincing, the game outright tells us the guy loves to hear his victims' pain screams. He's a nutty little dude, but he's with us now, for what that's worth. Meanwhile, Mikhail still has conflicting feelings on Zero's intoner genocide, and while not completely opposed to still lending her his aid, he's definitely not excited about it, especially considering how horribly 5 ended up dying. Like, Zero didn't just kill 5, she was butchered like an animal, and God only knows what she looked like after Dito had his way with her. Speaking of which, our new disciple has entrusted us with his lance, meaning we've now expanded our arsenal. Drakengard 3 has a total of 4 weapon types Zero can use throughout the game, and Zero is able to freely combo between them, adding some much needed sauce to this game's really bland combat. It hits a lot harder than the sword, but has longer windup, and even that's different between the 3 subtypes, small, medium, and large. You'll usually be using this exclusively to break through the shield guys. Upgrading your weapons also expands their respective movesets, but there's additional upgrades for the amount of items Zero can hold by running errands for the shopkeeper Accord, which usually includes like a fetch quest, or killing enemies within a certain time frame, or something else extremely irritating. We've also got cannoneer guys to keep us on our toes, but that's enough gameplay talk. Instead, we'll be directing our attention to our newest member. Dito is an interesting case, because despite his boyish, rather milquetoast appearance, he's up there as one of the most savagely depraved characters in the entire game. Most of the time he's pretty chill and personable, even getting along well with Zero in most cases, but now and then he'll fire off with a comment or two that seems either super abrasive, disturbing, or just outright completely cruel. Like how he's obsessed with innards and entrails and basically everything disgusting, even going so far to fantasize about yanking his hand down someone's esophagus and pulling them inside out, pondering on what a moan may sound like from an inside-out throat. He got turned on from this, by the way. At first, it's not entirely clear whether or not Dito was just like this, or it was his time spent with 5 that gradually turned him into the degenerate he is now. But his interactions with the party throughout the mission suggest that he literally just has no filter at all. Most of the time Dito and 5 spent together was sexy time, but Dito didn't really enjoy or even consent to most of it, and there was nothing within his power he could do about it. 5 using her power of song to forcibly regulate Dito's speech and behavior to suit however she wanted him to act. We aren't explicitly told everything the poor dude went through, but the implications seem unimaginable. Disciples are absolutely devoted to their intoners, and physically as well as mentally are incapable of harming them, or even so much as speaking out against their actions. Everything 5 put Dito through, he was an unwilling participant, hating every single second, but never being able to drop the facade that he wasn't bothered. But even then, if he ever did, or whenever he'd hurl insults at her, she'd take it as some kind of backwards compliment or reassurance. Dito would often wish for her death, or even his own, having his life amount to nothing more than functionally being a perfect slave made to act the way 5 pleases, to say words that delight her, and any aspect of that doesn't fall in line with her image of him is subconsciously suppressed, essentially being the living manifestation of 5's greed and desire for control.
As for the young man traveling with her, he pretty much wanted to kill himself.
So Dito turning her into a pile of unrecognizable ground beef was actually a super cathartic scene, and it's no wonder he jumped to join in with Zero at the soonest possible chance. He is a fucked up little guy, but Zero lets him hit anyway, so I think he's gonna be just fine.
Okay, try not to crush her.
If anyone's gonna get crushed, I hope it's me.
Meanwhile, back to the actual game, Zero's been hacking away at this big dog for 2 entire fights now. She manages to finally get the beast down, but in an unexpected twist, one of its 3 decapitated heads lunges at Zero, taking her arm with it. Zero's party, as well as the player, get the pleasant experience of seeing just how an intoner regenerates. And yeah, this is definitely someone's fetish. You might wonder why Zero was able to regenerate her right arm just fine while her left is still completely gone. Going back to what I mentioned earlier, intoners can only be reasonably harmed by dragons due to their intertwined history with the flower. The two can be considered almost ancient enemies, which is a big reason why Michael agreed to help Zero in the first place. He was able to tell the flower was growing within her upon their very first meeting. Sensing the flower's presence, the two discussed their goals, and Michael joined with Zero to hunt down all the intoners, and eventually slay Zero herself in the end too. Zero's arm never grew back because it got blitzed by Gabriel, One's dragon, and resorted to a prosthetic arm ever since. She's still got full motor function too, but that's because the prosthetic is controlled by a parasite. Which is weird, and never explained in game, but it's definitely there. On the approach to 4's Grand Mountain Citadel, Dito has some thoughts to share.
You hear that? Listen to them. Those poor fools are burning up. The smells, the screams. Man, I'm gonna sleep great tonight.
You're pretty fucked up, aren't you?
You really know how to compliment a fella.
And the jobber-soldier dialogue turns decidedly panicked for this section. The game really hammers home the fact that you're murdering hundreds of dudes here and they're all screaming in uniform agony. This isn't really something I brought up earlier, but Drakengard 3 has a lot of background dialogue from the soldiers commenting on the current situation, whether it's how strong Zero is, how much they don't want to die, or how badly they want to sleep with the ruling intoner. While you're not necessarily supposed to feel outright guilt for the guys you're slaughtering, as the lines are pretty dramatic and purposefully played out, you do tend to feel just a little bad. A creative choice I actually find to be super interesting as a way to have the player engage with the themes of the game without coming off as too preachy or breaking the established absurdist tone of the game. It's nice when a title can be honest without being overbearing, and no game is more honest about itself than Drakengard 3.
Be careful, Zero. These are rough circumcisions.
We take down more big guys, and we're faced with a barricade. Luckily, our trusty dragon is willing to give us a helping hand. But because we're playing Drakengard 3, aka Everyone Hates Mikhail, he ends up almost killing Zero, and she stabs him in the noggin. Dito crossed just fine though. Since we're en route to take care of 4, it's time we set up some context for the type of person she is. 4's most outstanding accomplishment is the fact that she's a virgin. A trait rather unusual for an intoner given that all of them are plagued by an unusual lust. It wasn't just a weird quirk exclusive to 5. The ability the intoners have to utilize the power of song dramatically increases their sex drive. A sort of like equivalent exchange type deal. But 4 represses her sexual desires out of a sense of superiority, and out of all of her siblings, carries an uppity, holier-than-thou attitude that Zero absolutely despises.
Sleazy? You mean she's slutty like 5?
Not quite like that, no. She acts all sugary sweet on the surface. But deep down, she's evil. I mean, you kinda have to be evil to be a virgin intoner.
Basically, every intoner can be characterized through very simple archetypes, as we saw with 5, and 4 is no different, though she has a bit more depth to her character. 4's whole deal is, simply put, insecurity. Though she initially seems to care for them, she secretly loathes the shit out of almost all of her sisters, except maybe 1, and as we'll see soon, she also has a soft spot for Zero, despite the feelings being the farthest thing from mutual. We see a really significant chunk of 4's characterization in the novella material released for the game, where it takes us back to a time before the intoners took over Midgard and traveled as a sort of wandering D&D party of supernatural crime-fighting / monster-slaying magical girls. The 5 intoners are staying at an abandoned house for the night while on the road, and 4 is trying her best to keep up with her sister's bullshit. She's stitching together a dress that she assumes 5 apparently ripped because her boobs keep growing, 3's cutting her hair and it's getting all over the floor, and 2, while maybe the least offensive person in the room at the moment, still pisses 4 off because she resents her perpetual happy-go-lucky attitude, as well as her good looks. Remarking that because of these traits, she's probably liable to be taken advantage of, convincing herself that 2 would just end up in a cycle of guys using her and tossing her to the side. 4 has also convinced herself that these aren't insane, unhinged, highly judgmental thoughts or anything. She's just concerned for her big sister is all. Anyways, 3 sits on the floor, falls asleep, and the dress 4 was stitching together was actually 2's. She just ripped it because of her inhuman strength. After returning the now refurbished dress to its rightful owner, it's just 4 and 5 in the room with each other. If anyone in this game hates 5 quite as much as her own disciple Dito, it's probably 4, expressing extreme jealousy at her sister because, unfortunately, 4 is built like a 2x4 plank of Home Depot lumber, and 5 knows how much she hates it. 5 makes fun of the fact that 4 has a flat chest, and she just loses her shit completely, drops the goody two-shoes act, and has a full-on femcel meltdown on how she'll never be cheery and lovable like 2, or beautiful like 3. She'll never have 5's voluptuous body, and admits she intensely hates absolutely everything about herself. Her hair, her face, her body, her gangly arms, and her long, creepy fingernails. She hates all of it, and she feels utterly useless. Despite everything she does, it never feels like enough. She then proceeds to threaten to skin 5 alive and grind her flesh on the floor beneath her shoes, throwing random pots and dishes at her until she eventually calms herself down, with 5 getting bored and leaving the room at some point during her tantrum. Then 1 walks in, needing a hand with something, and says 4's assistance will be more than sufficient. 1 is maybe 4's only source of validation in her entire life, from simply relying on 4 here and there for small, rudimentary tasks, to 4 able to compare herself to her big sister and see commonalities. Only despite their shared perceived shortcomings, 1 is able to do great things regardless, and doesn't let them drag her down. 4 is able to cope with the fact that she doesn't have physical traits or charisma quite like 2, 3, and 5, but maybe she can grow intellectually and be like 1 someday. Feeling obligated to help her in any way she can, since she feels that her other sisters are either too lazy or stupid to be useful. She promises to always be there for 1, because that's what sisters do. And just like that, she wakes up. It was all a dream, just a figment of 4's subconscious from a time long ago when all 5 were still together, almost like a family. The novella closes off with 4 wishing she had dreamt of a time even before that. A time where 0 was still in the picture, pining on about how much she loved and admired her even more than she admires 1. And this final detail is interesting because no such scenario even existed. There was no time where 0 and the Intoners hadn't been against each other, much less 0 living or traveling with them. But this is a detail we'll discuss again in a little bit. So what's going on back with 0's party? Turns out 4 wasn't at this citadel at all, and Dito's currently trying to get some cheeks to, unfortunately, meager results. The party's gotta split up for the time being, with Mikhail taking to the skies and 0/Dito on foot, since if they went flying, they'd easily freeze to death. And also because Mikhail smells really bad. We're forced to contend with the elements for this mission, as well as a new spirit enemy that'll possess the common soldiers and provide a significant buff.
Oh crap. Spirits?
Friends of yours?
I don't have friends.
You can reliably remove the spirits with a well-timed parry, and having the 2 separated is usually easier to deal with. The 2 spend the first half of the mission joking about Mikhail getting his dumb ass lost, but then start to consider, hey, we haven't heard from him in a while. Even with 0 actively attempting to reach him, it's just radio silence as they delve deeper into the mountains.
Hello? Hey, stupid dragon! Where are you?
Yeah,
What?
I don't think it's such a good idea to yell around here.
What? You scared? Figures. You disciples are more chicken shit than I thought.
No, that's not what I...
And everyone died.
Stupid pussy Snow. I wasn't yelling that loudly.
Seriously?
And everyone died.
The party eventually runs into this Titan, and Mikhail makes his kinda triumphant return. He says he got sidetracked and ran into a nearby mountain range and met a strange dragon, but Zero could care less and just needs help with the current situation. They eventually kill the thing and are rewarded with a slab inscribed with 4's location, written in a weird cryptic message directing them to Mount Bernstein of the Weiss Norden, which, come to find out, isn't even a mountain at all, but rather a massive stone tower, so that means more climbing for our duo. No one wants to ride on Mikhail for the same reasons as the last mountain. If you're wondering whether terrible body odor is something shared between all dragons, it's actually not. Mikhail just has awful fucking hygiene, and most dragons are described as not smelling like anything at all. I guess it's to be expected when you roll around in your own caca all day. A lot of this is just more of the same. More climbing, more combat. Platforming is new though.
You've gotta be kidding me. More jumping? Who's the asshole who designed this place anyway?
We also get a ton of reused bosses, like the Cerberus from earlier, as well as the Titan who we just fucking fought. By the time Zero's party reaches the top, still no 4 to be found, but Mikhail's draconic intoner senses start tingling and points us up to the sky. We finally pinned her. 4's up here in an airship and we're already tailing behind. Well, far behind, but behind nonetheless. It kinda speaks to 4's cognitive dissonance that she's so willing to send her own soldiers to death instead of facing Zero head on, despite her peaceful and non-violent inclinations. This whole goes deeper when you look at 4's prequel episode where, upon the intoner's subjugation of Midgard, they all effectively had to cull anyone still loyal to the previous lords. No imprisonment, no exile, or, other non-lethal solutions. We're just gonna kill everyone! Despite her strong dislike of the idea of killing, she still follows one's orders and slaughters the loyalist armies by the hundreds. She even goes as far to morally grandstand the very people she's killing, mentioning how this could have all been avoided and she didn't want to do any of this, and justifies it by convincing herself that this is all for one, and of course, one can do no wrong. This culminates in the finale of the chapter where 4 hunts down and annihilates an entire fleet of fleeing elf pirates with the assistance of one's dragon, Gabriella. Even amongst the screaming pleas and horrific cries of elves burning alive, 4 represses any negativity surrounding the ordeal under the pretense of, well, these aren't people, nor are they civilians, so we're taking no prisoners. It's bad when you consider even the dragon felt remorse in this situation. An argument can be made here that she might have a point given these were unscrupulous folk who probably would have caused issues under one's regime, but one never gave an order to kill them. 4's doing it because she likes it. Deep down, the rush from enacting her own wicked sense of justice, and the personal delight and power that it holds, feeds into the idea that she's saving this world somehow, validating her existence as an intoner, as well as being motivated by her desire to be like her righteous sister One, who, while she feeds into her validation, entrusts her with the simplest tasks due to her immature temperament. She enjoys all of this under the childish notions of repression and delusion, which should make you feel less bad about what happens when Zero eventually catches up to her.
Last, my wayward sister finally arrives.
Yeah, it took a while. All your chicken shit running around didn't help. Sit still so I can kill you quick.
I have no wish to fight you, sister.
Oh?
Don't you know how much I admire you, Zero? I always have! This can't end in bloodshed, it can't!
You bet your ass it can! You think I came all the way here for a fucking picnic? I'm not leaving until I've strewn your virgin guts all over the goddamn snow!
You can't! You can't! You can't!
Behold, the 4th song! Impenetrable shield of antiquity! The rare power granted to our own. The stout citadel that protects us. Cast your blighted sins upon these very skies. I, Decadus, summon thee in my name. Armorous, uphold!
The Watcher summoned by For's disciple, Decadus, is this big Necron monolith looking thing, Amoros. It's kind of a big jump from 5 Spider Demon, but yeah, this thing is an angel. Amoros isn't really hard, mostly just going ham on these crystals before the time runs out. It's maybe the most unique Watcher fight in the whole game, and quite honestly, I enjoy the spectacle of Zero and Mikhail just laying siege to a giant flying fortress. It looks bombastic, and I personally love the neon green sigils and accents. Overall, just the whole design of the thing tickles something in my brain. It's my favorite Watcher fight in the entire game, hands down. As we're closing in on 4, she starts rambling on about how this isn't the Zero she remembers, and Zero has absolutely no clue what she's talking about, which begins to allude to Zero possibly being mind-controlled this whole time. Maybe there's something 4 knows that we don't, and after all, Zero started this whole journey because the flower was taking over her body. Who's to say that it hasn't already happened a long time ago, and the Zero we're controlling now is just a delusional puppet? If one thing is for sure, delusion is a common pattern amongst the Intoners, including Zero. You gotta remember that they were literally made from her, and their personalities aren't just random. In fact, they're far from it. The personalities of the Intoners are derived largely from Zero herself. She wasn't born like this, with a flower sticking out of her eye and taking root within her body, but rather this is something she became some time ago, and fragments of her memories from the person she was before the flower took hold constitute certain parts of who the Intoners are, like 5 for example. She bears the face of a nun she murdered during a time where Zero was still human, and led a life of stealing and killing just to get by. Some of the Intoners bear familiar faces, but others are completely unique and foreign. Their personalities follow a similar pattern, playing off of Zero's current traits as well as her past, like 5's provocative nature or 4's formal propriety, reflecting the person Zero was a long time ago, having been sold to a brothel as a child and only wishing to protect what little dignity she had. With that being said, Zero boards 4's airship, and right as she's about to claim another one of her sister's lives, the real Zero shows her face.
Stop! I have to kill her. No, don't come out. Not now.
Where am I?
Zero?
4? Why am I... What's going on? Where are we?
Zero! You're here! You came back! It's really you, isn't it?
What happened? What about our sisters? Where are they?
Everything's going to be okay. We don't have to fight anymore, Zero. Everyone else is waiting for you.
Where are they waiting?
3's in the land of forests, and 2's in the land of sands. They're both...
Thanks for the info.
4 falls for the oldest trick in the book. Zero takes full advantage of her insistence that she's been under some kind of spell and runs with it. None of it being anything grounded in reality and simply being a manifestation of the flower taking hold of 4. It's definitely underhanded, but it got the job done. In her final moments, 4 mentally recounts her entire life, and laments not just all of her sisters, but the people she ruled, her disciple, and even God himself, complaining that he did a shitty job of making the world when it's full of inconveniences like summer being too hot, winter being too cold, or even the fact that we have to eat as human beings. Life in the world we inhabit is completely absurd. Finally, the last thought shooting through 4's head as the tip of Zero's sword hits her brain is a farewell to all of her sisters, referring to each one as a different type of bitch, and of course, considering herself to be the biggest bitch of them all. 4 lived as she died, a self-loathing virgin. Well, on the bright side, Zero spared Drakengard, and demands that he clean up both front and rear, and that they'll be meeting tonight. Because Zero doesn't just kill her sisters, she takes their men as well. We've got 3 intoners left to go, and luckily we've got an airship that'll take us directly to the next one in the next chapter.
Wait a second. Dummy, come here.
Huh?
Don't you look different from before?
Different? Whoa! What the heck?
Whoa.
Whoa!
Whoa. Seems like this room is locked.
Chapter 3 picks up on 4's airship, where we're introduced to the newest addition to our little raiding party, Drakengard. To plainly give you some idea of what's up with this guy, let's just go up and talk to him.
I am a slave to you in every way, in every position.
In case it wasn't clear enough, every character in this game is going to be fucked up in some way, shape, or form. Drakengard has an unquenchable masochistic streak that, despite his best efforts to suppress, ends up getting the better of him at every opportunity. The most minute form of punishment is enough to get his rocks off, to the point that his preferred method of fighting is with his fists, because, naturally, punching shit bare knuckle hurts the most. Funnily enough, 4 also used fist weapons as well. We never saw it for ourselves since 4 refused to fight us directly, but her specialty was hand-to-hand combat claws that she used solely out of shame of her really long gangly fingernails. The dynamic these two shared was almost polar opposite to 5 and Dito. 4 thought Drakengard was a weird perverted asshole, and Drakengard was hopelessly obsessed with her. She was extremely reluctant to give up her virginity and abstain from any kind of sexual intercourse, especially with Drakengard due to his meek, submissive disposition. This was something that was understandably torturous for Drakengard since he literally exists to relieve 4 of her sexual desires, but since Drakengard is the way he is, he found this torturous sexual denial to be literally the highest form of pleasure through his own freaky backwards logic. He would literally get off the 4 asking him to die for her due to how annoying she found him to be. In a funny way, Drakengard sees the beauty in all things, both good and bad, and I think we should all strive to be like him. Or not. Aside from that, Mikhail's evolved into his next form, sporting an edgier design, but that's about it. He's not any smarter or less naive, so it kinda leaves you wondering what the fuck the point of it is. Anyways, we've got our ship and our next target.
It's a new day. We've got a new ship. It's time to set sail and conquer the world.
Our airship escapades are unfortunately cut short, so now it's back to the ground.
Kaboom! Yeah, we did it! Hit toner down! Hit toner down! Did you see that? Nailed her right in the...
We get to play around with the third weapon type here, the fists. These can cause some serious fucking damage provided you're focusing only 1 or 2 targets at a time. This specific variant even has an infinite combo that will just keep on going as long as you're mashing triangle. We have enough weapons now to where combat is, dare I say, starting to feel a bit fun. Switching back and forth between the respective movesets of Zero's arsenal is extremely smooth and is honestly one of the few positive things I have to say about this game from a gameplay perspective. And that's not even mentioning the different size variations and their upgrades offering their own unique combo strings. Neat stuff. Nonetheless, with Drakengard in our party, you're gonna notice real fast that the entire dynamic he shares with the others is that someone will say something involving pain and or torture, and he will instantly have a hard time containing his excitement. It's gonna be this same joke for a while. At least Dito had some genuine characterization here and there, but Drakengard is unfortunately pretty one-dimensional at the moment. For now, we hardly get any genuine glimpses at his gentlemanly nature at all. The group dynamic was honestly a bit better when it was just Dito and Zero, and I'll admit it's in no small part to these two kinda reminding me of 9S and 2B from Automata, and I don't think it's a stretch to imagine that their dynamic takes from these two considering how much of this game's DNA is in that title, But of course, we'll save that for the eventual Automata retrospective that I'll get around to in like 2 years. I do like Decadus' design though. He's always reminded me of Father Anderson from Hellsing, and apparently I'm not alone in this sentiment because the wiki says the same thing. Me personally, I will just find any fucking reason to cram Hellsing mention into any given conversation because I'm annoying as shit and I think it's the greatest piece of mid-media ever created, but that's a conversation for another day. The party spots a massive tree in the center of the landscape and figures 3's gotta be there, and since Mikhail somehow got lost again, we're left with no choice but to continue on foot. So I suppose it's time we get a good idea of the next intoner on Zero's shit list. 3 is hard to talk about because her main defining character trait is that she's just really fucking weird. The inner machinations of this woman's mind are entirely an enigma. Thankfully we have an entire chapter's worth of missions before we kill her to figure it out. I've said before, every intoner is a piece of Zero's being, whether it be parts of her personality, vices, memories, etc. 3 is maybe the most abstract example of this, and right now it's hard to pin down exactly what she takes from Zero, but one thing is for sure, 3 loves dolls. She spends all her time making them, improving them, playing with them, to the point of obsession. It's kinda all she does, honestly. Sometimes she'll be so into her little hobby she forgets to eat or sleep. A detail I've noticed when it comes to the sisters is how each one's ruling land perfectly suits who they are, in some way, shape, or form. Land of Seas were opulent and full of rowdy folk, reflecting 5's obsession with materialistic goodies and generally obnoxious personality. Land of Mountains were a mass complex of stalwart bastions and fortresses, kinda like 4's sense of unflinching ideals, reflecting her stubborn refusal to compromise her pride. Then you have the Land of Forests. In 3, past the armies of soldiers and giant undead monsters, this place is kinda tranquil, and as we'll come to find out, teeming with weird little fantasy creatures.
Aren't you embarrassed to be seen out in public? Oh, boo-hoo, we lost our dragon. We don't know where he is. And yet, he's waiting in the Valley of Fairies just ahead. Well, have fun being lost like a bunch of...
Right then, off we go.
Until now, we haven't seen much of the fantasy side of Drakengard 3's world, apart from the dragons and intoners. And that's because a majority of the mystical creatures of this world solely reside here in this forest. And overall, this chapter is where Drakengard 3's absurdist tone starts to really hit its stride. Zero and her party encounter trolls, these giant, lumbering, hairy things constantly eating a bucket of God knows what. Skeletons begin arising from the dead in droves. And of course, the fairies, who, as you'd expect from typical fantasy settings, are cheerful little humanoid critters who carry a sunny disposition. Only here in Drakengard, they also happen to be extremely fucking rude and outwardly express extreme hatred towards anything that's not one of their kind, especially humans.
Right, I get it. Stupid. Like you.
Yeah, stupid. Just like, hey, screw you, lady. Dirty little deviant trollop intoner. You go to hell, you hear me? You go to hell and you die!
Chapter 3 is what I always describe as the true first descent into the madness that is this fucking video game. The fights begin to blend into one another, you're constantly carving through the underbrush and ivy while fighting off the same enemies from 5 minutes ago, these fairies are constantly berating you, and at the end of it is Mikhail stuck in a giant fucking tree, completely powerless, crying like a giant baby. It's something I'll talk more about much later, but this is where one of Drakengard 3's strengths begins to start showing. And that's blurring the separation between the player and Zero. Her conviction to kill her sisters is a long, cruel, and arduous journey, almost torturous at times, but usually in games there's a layer of separation between the player and the protagonist. For example, if the game starts to drag at times, we as the player might not be too into it, but our hero remains determined all the same. But here, Zero just wants this shit to be over with. She doesn't want these repeated battles or dealing with the fairies bullshit or freeing Mikhail every time he fucks up. All of her frustration and burden is equally shared by the player, and she's pretty vocal about it too. Like when some bullshit like this pops off. We meet the Fairy King, just wanting to know where 3 is held up. Zero politely but firmly asks where her sister is, but he refuses to tell us anything because he already knows what's going to happen if he does. And of course, we've got to do some convoluted errand to get a straight answer because all this guy does is speak in riddles and laugh in our face, and who really has time for this shit?
You killed him! Are you sure you should have done that? I mean, there's a certain order we gotta go through here, right? First we get information, then we run off to someplace, then we get more information.
Shut up. We'll find it if we keep walking. Move it.
From the endless hordes of soldiers to the packs of wolves that apparently now guard the forest, to the reused Cerberus boss fight for maybe the 4th time in a row, we're not even halfway through with all the intoners, and this is already starting to drag ass. And Zero is just as annoyed as we are.
God damn it. What is this, a fucking petting zoo? I don't have time for this.
All that's keeping her sane, and even the player sane, are our party members keeping things interesting with their inane psychotic mutterings. And most importantly, Mikhail, who is unique in the sense that he sees all of this through a childlike view of the world that contrasts so well with everyone else's pragmatic perspective. And his role narratively in the story isn't exactly clear at this point, but his juvenile nature is more important than it comes off to be. Speaking of our crew, Zero and her party run into an unexpected visitor in the middle of the forest. Octa, 3's disciple, has made his grand appearance.
Alright, Grandpa, you ready to get crushed?
If you only knew the surprise I've got in store for you! I surrender.
And he immediately surrenders.
You what?
I surrender. I came here because I want to join your cause.
Hey, guys, this is great! If he wants to be our friend, we don't have to fight or anything.
Well spoken, my winged friend. Shit.
Sure. Whatever.
Anyways, yeah, Octa. He's now the 3rd disciple to join Zero's ranks, and gives us the final weapon in the game, the Chakram. So we have Dido, who's a sadist, Decadus, who's a masochist, and now Octa. Surely this easygoing old fella won't have any weird quirks whatsoever.
Because my appetite for love is unsated. I need booty in the morning. I need my afternoon delight. I need sweet love under the stars.
Alright, I got it.
Octa's not just the most sex-obsessed disciple out of the bunch, but his primary and most distinct trait is actually his enormous fucking cock, which happens to be the largest out of all the disciples. This is real. He won't shut the fuck up about it. He's kind of like 5, and it makes you wonder why he wasn't 5's disciple and Dido wasn't 3's, given how they would suit each other perfectly. Even more fitting considering that Octa's reason for leaving 3's side is because she can no longer sexually satisfy him. Octa needs to fuck constantly, and 3, while she does have an intoner sex drive, would rather play with her dolls instead. Dido seems to be wary of Octa's sudden change of heart, and assumes it's some kind of trick by 3 to infiltrate their group, but Zero is willing to keep him around so they can mash pissers, and the guy is more than willing. Decadus offers a bit of empathy towards 3, realizing she must be in quite a panic without a disciple at her side, but immediately gets bricked when he hears that 3's weapons of choice are 2 pairs of scissors, and his mind goes to some extreme places.
I can't wait to see Lady 3's toys.
Mikhail is just happy to have so much cozy company compared to the start of their journey, and considers it to be something of a friend group. Zero's quick to denounce any notions of friendship among anyone here, but Mikhail at the very least would like to think she considers him her friend. Back to the task at hand, Zero figures the path ahead through the forest is gonna be rough, and Octa in no uncertain terms says that we're in for a rough time, which we immediately get a taste of with the introduction of the gargoyle cubes, puzzle type enemies that can only be hit when they're open, and also require Zero to solve one of 3's riddles each time. By the time we're in the next room, both Dito and Octa have already checked the fuck out.
My people shed their clothes whenever lost in the forest. What am I?
You're nobody. Nobody does that.
If you're wondering where Decadus is, he's still thinking about the scissors. We have an entire room of these fucking things that will just ring off a new riddle every time you hit them. Some sound pretty revelatory and might even give off the vibe that 3 knows more than she lets on. But others are just...
Whether human or beast, all should brush their teeth between meals.
Okay.
The truth is that no one really knows what's going on in 3's head, and most of her conversations are utterly incomprehensible unless she's talking about her dolls. The cubes, while annoying, are far from the worst of it. We actually have even more atrocious shit to trudge through before we can reach 3. And that includes an enchanted section of the forest shrouded in fog, where those who enter never leave. It's the shitty foggy forest section from DMC4 where the whole thing sets you back if you fuck up. If you're wondering why we haven't just taken our dragon Mikhail straight to the tree, it's because he either keeps getting lost in the air, or sometimes straight up because he fell into a river. Octa instructs us to mind the direction of the dolls in order to navigate the forest, a tip he picked up on when he was playing with the fairies. Need I remind you, this is how small the fairies are. Now, I know what you're thinking. And Octa had actually regaled a small squadron of 3 soldiers with this same bit of trivia before he met our party, and they all had similar reactions of, how the fuck is that possible? Or this actually defies all known laws of physics. But amongst the crowd was one soldier nodding in agreement. He saw the vision. He knew, or assumed at least. His best guess was that Octa shoved the fairy up his hairy old man asshole. Octa never commented on the accuracy of this assumption, but found his astute thinking to be commendable nonetheless. Octa's entire personality is dominated by achieving the impossible, to explore the unknown, going where no man's member has gone before. His entire existence can be boiled down to the age-old saying of, every hole's a goal, and this is no exaggeration for old Octa. While skimming through the modern-day history books in the well-archived halls of Cathedral City, Octa came across a study on deep space black holes, and you probably already see where this is going. A hole like that, a hole that sucks all, is to Octa the ultimate challenge, a passion he'd be willing to transcend the very heavens for, and began training devotedly every day like fucking Gohan for the Cell games, on the off chance that he'd be able to fulfill this ambition. We could all learn a lot from the guy. Even if he never ends up fucking a black hole, the skill obtained on the way there, the journey even, would be priceless in of itself. It's weirdly sympathetic to relate on the basis of passion and how it shapes our lives, what we do, who we are, and where we go. Even for something as strange as Octa's case, his love for lovemaking has literally stolen his youth. This guy is 22 years old, by the way. He just looks like this because of how much he's fucked, and he couldn't be happier. Passion is a strange thing. A precious gift, but strange nonetheless. Anyways, are we out of this fucking forest yet?
We're finally free of this stupid shithole.
At long last, we're at 3 Shrine, and we're just on time. Mikhail has somehow found himself in a situation once again, and we've got to free him again.
God damn it, what now?
That was mean, Zero. That was mean.
You can whine at me later. Three.
Zero.
Lady 3.
Octa.
Please, let's put an end to this here.
I don't understand. What are you doing over there?
I betrayed you.
Is that so? In any case, you might want to pay a little more attention to your surroundings,
This is our first official introduction to 3, and now you probably understand what I mean by her being a little strange. Her first method of fighting us is via unleashing a horde of enhanced soldiers. How they're enhanced isn't entirely clear off the bat until Octa and 3 begin talking. She wants to know why Octa left her side, and her disciple retorts with, not the fact that she couldn't sexually satisfy him or whatever, but because of her doll obsession and how she gradually went from merely playing with dolls to making them to full-on pushing the limits of what could even be described as a doll through human experimentation. The enhanced soldiers, well, these are the dolls in question, the ones I've talked about since the start of the chapter. While it's true that Octa felt the two were no longer sexually compatible, 3's hyperfixation on toying with the flesh of both the dead and the living to fuel her creative ambitions were deeply troubling to Octa, specifically because it stemmed from something so seemingly innocent. 3 has a fondness for elusive and otherwise strange things, and what's stranger in this world than just regular old humans? She's fascinated by humans and their willingness to simply exist, pondering the same question I started this video with. Why? Why do people do the things they do, and what motivates them to fight, to live, or to think? And so people became the basis for her dolls, and it's an obsession she devoted nearly every waking hour to chasing. Although 3 comes off like her thoughts are constantly suspended in a vat of molasses and does nothing but mope around and sleep all day, her personality does a complete 180 when she's talking about her dolls, and is extremely erudite in explaining her trials and tribulations on fulfilling her ambition of creating the perfect soldier. A passion derived from her doll-making tendencies, since she sees them as nothing more than toys.
I no longer hold any love for my disciple. My love is reserved for my soldiers now. My sweet, beloved little soldiers.
Her efforts began not long after her established rule in the Land of Forests, first attempting to modify ogres, figuring that since they're magical beasts, no one's gonna miss them, though 3 herself is shown to be quite attached to her creations, as shown when she's forced to slaughter a number of them due to one's direct orders. While disposing of a group of 5 ogres she experimented on, she calls each one out by name, explaining that she named them after deciding they were siblings, and as the cleansing continued, further explained each ogre they were up against, and describing their creation in excruciating detail to Octa, who had the misfortune of accompanying her the entire time. This culminates in one demanding 3 to eliminate her failed creations she locked away in the Land of Seas, where 3's depraved efforts hit their logical conclusion, as these are what she personally considers to be her masterpieces. This is part of 3's prequel mission set before the events of the main game, and we're pitted against these Gigas, or Gigante enemies, from the regular story. These big, lanky, and frankly unintelligent creatures. 3 explains how experimenting on these beasts provided her with invaluable insight into the questions she sought the answer to for so long. Why do people live, and what for? 3 had taken the liberty of, through her own scientific research, trial, error, and experimentation, combining a Gigante and a human into a single being, resulting in these things. 3's masterpieces. Screaming, crying, tortured beings born from a macabre pursuit to understand the human condition. As 3 and Octa put them out of their misery, she explains in extreme, graphic detail the fragility of the human body, and how merging it with a Gigante proved to be a gruesome, messy, and overall difficult endeavor met with many failures, with numerous dead humans, Gigantes, and viscera piling up in the process. She explains how taxing the cleanup was, and that she wound up with so many rejects because she had to work quickly before her specimen stopped screaming. 3 ended up harboring a total body count of 56 innocent lives before she found her answer. Human willpower is governed by emotion, and in her quest to not just find what drives people to exist, but also to create the perfect soldier, she was determined to find which emotion is the strongest. So she set out to create these conditions rather than wait for them to manifest. In her numerous tests, she found the strongest and most enduring human emotion was hatred, a discovery she made after taking the lives of an entire family who called the Land of Forest their home. She gleefully recounts butchering the father into pieces while his wife and daughter watched in horror, giggling to herself between sentences and eventually losing herself in her own amusement and satisfaction, knowing that these two became the very creation standing before them, her perfect soldiers, still lashing out in rage at 3 in perpetual agony. Octa, who had been her audience for this entire time, can hardly fucking believe that this is the intoner he'd been serving dutifully all this time. By the end of the fight, and end of the chapter, the once easygoing, whimsical, and crude old man, cracking sexual innuendos and looking after 3's every need, was now quiet and destitute of all enthusiasm. Octa sounds both exhausted and defeated, now convinced that the lady he served is past the point of saving. She crossed that line after experimenting on live humans, and is now nothing more than a broken woman surrounded by the delusions of obsession. This is why Octa left 3's side, but even then, he failed to realize that at the end of the day, the guy's nothing more than a disciple. Intoners choose their disciples, not the other way around. So 3 ends up puppeteering Octa into performing her song and summoning her watcher.
Behold the 3rd song! Quickened puppets of antiquity! The raging demon's deathly gaze! The army of heretics that rejects the natural cycle! Render into ash the powers of reason and order! I, Octa, summon thee in my name! All missile, invade!
Yeah, these watchers just keep getting weirder and weirder. Armicile is a massive doll baby army, but even these are revealed to be the results of 3's efforts to create a legion of perfect soldiers. Octa reveals that these were somehow people once, much to everyone's dismay, except for Dito, because he's into this weird shit. Now with the fight reaching its head, and all of this context established, it begs the question, how is 3 even remotely an extension of Zero's being? Zero even ponders this herself at times, and it's really up in the air for interpretation. There is no concrete answer, but from what I've gathered, 0 and 3 both share traits of creation and obsession, but have very different relationships with these concepts. On the subject of creation, 3 mentions in her prologue chapter that the true challenge of creation lies not in the engineering, but rather in the ability to control one's project, something that essentially defines Zero's entire journey up to this point, in ways we currently understand, and even in ways we quite don't just yet. Zero's creations were conceived not of her own will. These things, the intoners, just kinda popped out of her, and now she's hellbent on taking them out of this world the same way they came in, covered head to toe in blood. The only control she has over her creations is, well, if she was ever in full control of this situation, they would have never been created in the first place. Killing them is the only logical control she has in this fucked up situation. Otherwise, she'd willingly let these girls exist, running around with magical doomsday clocks in their bodies, waiting to bring Armageddon at any given moment. In 3's case, she has full control over her creations, and laments having to dispatch them as per one's orders. This idea of control also extends to the escalating depths of depravity she was willing to take her experiments down towards. In an effort to fulfill her ambition, she tried everything to understand what constitutes the human condition, and even with her vast array of resources, it was still challenging. Both of these characters continued despite the fact, out of obsession, which is linked both positively and negatively to the idea of control. Zero obsesses over killing the intoners because they were born from a situation she could not control, but now has the full capability to rectify. That small crumb, that tiniest shred of autonomy in a world that had done nothing but beat her down, is all that's keeping Zero going. As for 3, the fact that she can control her perfect soldiers, the variables and effort required to create them, and thus maintain control over her kingdom, provides her with an intoxicating, borderline sociopathic cycle of obsession that's utterly consumed her. As long as she can keep making dolls, keep experimenting with different types, and continue to have control over her vice that is creating dolls, that's all that matters. And in a weird way, it's not unlike Octa's whole shtick with being obsessed with finding holes to fill, though that has more to do with passion rather than obsession. Obsession is often the result of a fear of a lack of control. Sometimes we think that if we cling to certain ways of doing, or thinking, that we can keep things within arm's reach. Even if we do have control, the fear of losing it also feeds into obsession. And if there's anything we can learn from 3, and this entire chapter, it's that when we're lost in obsession, it can reduce people down to their base instincts of desire, and who we are underneath our many, many layers of lived experience and personality begins to show. And for some, their true colors may just be something very ugly, like a giant deformed baby creature shooting lasers out of its chest. Zero and Mikhail eventually pull through, despite the dragon's complaints that whenever he looks at 3, his body gets all hot and he feels kinda tingly, but Zero figures it's probably nothing. They fell the massive stone baby, and 3's instantly crushed under its massive disproportionate head. But 3's not done just yet.
Did you really think something like that would finish an intoner?
Mikhail switches to Dragon Crash Out mode out of the blue, swallows 3 whole, and before we know it,
well, hello there. So my name's Sent, and I was sent here by Lady 2.
This disciple, Sent, shows up out of fucking nowhere, kidnaps Mikhail right as he's knocked out of his feverish dragon frenzy, and makes off with his quarry expeditiously.
In fact, I only had 8 hours of sleep last night. Gotta go, kids. Ta-ta for now.
I don't know why his watchers are able to do this, by the way. They don't explain it. We close out this chapter with one more dead intoner, but without our trusty dragon. Guess we're gonna have to track him down on foot in chapter 4.
Mikhail. Mikhail.
Without the luxury of air travel due to Mikhail's untimely kidnapping, the party is left with no choice but to reclaim him by hand. Good thing they were going to the Land of Sands anyways to slay too. The party is still a little bit in shock due to Mikhail's sudden outburst, concerned for both Zero's safety as well as the dragon. Zero is more than confident that he'll be okay. In fact, every time Mikhail's gone and fucked up somehow, Zero never seems to be fed up with it, always showing some initial frustration, calling him a dumbass or whatever, but she still depends on him at the end of the day. With a dragon as incompetent as Mikhail, you've gotta wonder, why does Zero still put up with him? It goes beyond the fact that intoners fall easily to the dragons, or the fact that even if Zero kicked Mikhail out of the party, he'd probably just weasel his way back. In reality, it has to do with Michael, and what this dragon meant to her. You might recall that Michael made a promise to Zero, that he'd see her mission through to the end, including the part where he kills her. Dragons have lifespans that dwarf those of humans by insane magnitudes, and Michael, being 8,000 years old, was no exception. He'd fought on ancient battlefields for as long as he could reasonably remember, alongside legions of other dragons. From the time and era he was from, Michael recounts there being so many that they literally blot out the sun with their sheer numbers. War and destruction was the purpose they were created for, and battle was the very essence of life for dragons. But even in this long-forgotten era, Michael recounts asking a comrade of his, Angelus, a red dragon 2,000 years his senior, why exactly they're even fighting, what they're fighting for, and when is it gonna end? Angelus, though older, seasoned, and generally more laconic and stern than Michael, admitted that no dragon, not even the eldest among their ilk, know when this battle is gonna be over. No one even remembers when it began. That's when, mid-conversation, the world Michael once knew came to an abrupt end in a flash of white. This strange phenomenon was, by Michael's account, an explosion of totally unknown magical origin that flat out cut the population of the dragon race in half, with the toughest of them surviving off of their sheer natural durability. Afterwards, the very face of the earth was unmistakably different, and far more crowded with these little squishy creatures known as humans. Despite their short lives and weak bodies, Michael took note of their propensity for constant fighting themselves, the other creatures, and even the dragons, previously unknown to this world. Whether out of plain curiosity or just boredom, Michael would straight up just aid random warriors in their battles on a whim, where he'd end up fighting countless campaigns against and alongside humans. There was one such warrior who felt pity for dragging him into battle, and apologized again and again and again until his last breath, despite Michael always telling him how he hates when people repeat themselves. He could never seem to deal with the loss of these frail beings, despite knowing full well how quick they are to die, always scorning himself for never learning. In Michael's own words, whether they win or lose, all that awaits man is death. He felt that human conflict is meaningless, but thought back to a previous conversation he had with Angelus in their past world. Michael had complained how the older dragons always seemed to be so stuck up and lame, seemingly falling out of love with their craft of death and warfare and treating it like a chore. To which Angelus says that he's just too young and he'll understand when he's older. Michael continued to help humans in their seemingly endless, meaningless battles in hopes of maybe understanding the value of impermanence, why these beings fight, and why they live. Perhaps they knew something he just didn't. Unfortunately, the dragon never found a satisfactory answer, but he did find Zero, wandering on a beach one day, and he could sense that there was something different about her. She didn't fear him like the other humans, and was dead set on killing her sisters, something also quite unusual. But there was also the presence of the flower lurking within her, though even then, not even Michael would recall why his race considered it to be an ancient enemy. Regardless, he honored her wish to hunt down her 5 sisters, knowing full well this would be short-lived anyways, just like all the others. But even for a dragon, the idea of loneliness was too much to bear, especially for Michael. And so, the two joined forces, and what followed were a series of trials Michael put Zero through to prove her worth. Though it was mostly just insane, retarded bullshit, like leaving Zero on the top of a mountain, or throwing her into a massive forest, or even just having her straight up fight him one-on-one. But these also happened to, unintentionally, be valuable bonding time for the two. Zero had revealed her entire past, secrets she had not trusted to anyone since her life as a human had ended and her life as an intoner began, and why her mission matters so much to her. Michael was the first person to hear any of this. And he's not even a person! Until now, there wasn't anyone she could trust, not even in her past life. Her own mother literally sold her to a brothel as a child, wherein at the time, in an attempt to escape, she made friends with a fellow prostitute named Indigo. The two stole as much gold as they could carry and fled from the brothel, only to be met by a regular of Indigo's as they reached the town's limit. Indigo backstabbed Zero, beating her within an inch of her life and making off with the gold they both stole, really only using her as a means of pocketing more on her way out, leaving Zero to be dragged back to the brothel once again. Since that day, even after her human life ended, she had shared her trust and her past with no one, as showing vulnerability like that had only caused her trouble. But Michael was different. She held nothing back, and it was the first time she told anyone about her past without uttering a single lie. It's kinda ironic how Zero's relaying all of this information of her human life, now as a non-human, to a fellow non-human. Though steeped well in irony, Zero found it to be kinda nice for a change, and though Michael never spoke much of his own past, the two understood each other and had bonded regardless. Michael always came off as powerful, intelligent, and prideful on the surface, but Zero quickly learned that he's just kind of a big goober.
Quit fudging the numbers.
Ridiculous. I would never stoop to the level of... Still, I suppose I could be convinced to try a piece if it was offered. Even a lofty dragon such as myself gets something of a sweet tooth from time to time.
Alright, stop.
And displays an inquisitive, almost vulnerable nature you wouldn't expect from a being who arrogantly touts to be the strongest dragon. Sometimes he also literally is just a huge dumbass, and suddenly Mikhail doesn't seem far off from his past life. Maybe just minus the awful hygiene and repeating himself constantly.
It might even prove to be simulating.
I think you mean stimulating. Michael. I've never once trusted Michael. He was just an idiot dragon with a knack for saying things wrong. Why would anyone trust someone like that? We were always screwing with each other, you know? It was a lot of fun. But sometimes Michael would get this one expression on his face, and I couldn't tell if it was happy or sad. Michael, just hold on, okay? I'll be joining you soon.
Zero!
Speaking of Mikhail, we finally tracked the little shit down, and he's been nailed to the ground in an arena guarded by this golem. Octa attempts to offer some strategy on a potential weakness for their ironclad foe, but Zero would rather just beat the shit out of it until it stops moving. Once the golem's down, Sent makes yet another appearance, and despite this only being his second time on screen, everyone's sick of this nonchalant aura bullshit already, though it seems like he really is trying to get some kind of message through to the party. Eventually he drops the chill guy act and flat out tells Zero that Mikhail will eventually be her downfall, and when that moment comes, it will be far too late for regrets. An ominous prophecy given Mikhail's most recent string of behavior, and some members of the party just can't seem to get this out of their heads. Zero, on the contrary, isn't worried in the slightest, and deflects by feigning ignorance whenever the subject is brought up. Nonetheless, we've got another intoner to kill, and Mikhail mentions that one of the golems in the arena told him that two's residing in the Shrine of Sands, though Zero is doubtful that he heard this from a golem given the fact that they're completely made of stone, and they can't fucking talk. No one has the faintest idea where the so-called shrine may be, so they decide to start with the enemy soldiers' barracks holed up in the underground ruins instead. This region of Midgard does away with the magical beast or whatever from the Land of Forests. Now we're dealing with hordes of soldiers again, paired with pyromancy wizards, and a lot of dogs, too. I don't know why.
Not this platform shit again.
These platforming sections are here because Yoko Taro ran out of money. The gameplay padding really starts to shine through in this chapter, and Zero's about as happy about it as the player is. We've collected basically every weapon type up until now, and there's really not much in the way of beat-by-beat combat other than mowing down whatever hordes of foes come our way, while our disciples bicker in the background. Sounds like this journey is starting to get to everyone. The game really starts to feel like sandpaper here, and I don't think I've dealt with platforming this unintuitive since the Ifrit arena from DMC1. I couldn't even really give you an in-world reason as to why these cubes exist or why they're floating. Maybe they're secretly torture devices. The previous ruler of the Land of Sands was a sadistic tyrant who had a thing for creating mannequins out of human remains. If that sounds a little familiar, you guessed it. 3 discovered her love of doll making when the 5 intoners attempted to rescue a child from his keep, only to find the Lord had turned him into a flesh puppet. One ended up eviscerating the mad ruler's skull with her bare hands and returning to the child's mother with horrible news. But 3 unfortunately left with a different impression. Back to the gameplay side. This combat section in the chasm is pretty cool. Having to push through these formations across the tight bridges is honestly, I'll admit it, it's a little fun. even if this game hardly offers any kind of meaningful challenge. Drakengard 3 in gameplay practice gives you a nice little power fantasy of being this nigh invincible magical god lady with superhuman strength and speed, and it delivers on this, but really doesn't offer much else in terms of sitting down and playing it. Also, I might have exaggerated on the invincible part because Zero does end up getting her arm chopped off by an ogre at least 10 seconds later, where we get to yet again see her special intoner powers at work.
Hope you can stick that back on.
Let's see.
Your arm.
Zero is evidently getting less and less human with every passing day, and it's no telling how much the flower has taken over at this point. Though she's able to recover from grievous injuries, any day now this blessing could instantly turn into a curse. Hell, she can hardly even feel pain anymore. Then, we face the greatest challenge of them all. The sun.
This heat is killing me.
Yeah, this next mission requires us to cross a desert while taking sustained damage from sunlight, and it's the worst shit I've ever played. You're forced to hide in the shade to recover your health afterwards, and while the region is extremely forgiving, we have to gradually work our way to this artificial sun, kill the mages, then cross the desert again to the other side to accomplish the same goal. 3 times! It's fucking grueling. And I wouldn't be surprised if Zero and her disciples just fucking drop dead from skin cancer by the time they manage to track down 2. Not to mention, there are so many dogs you fight in this mission. It's like each and every one is copy-pasted, fucking paint roller tooled across the whole map to maximize the player's misery. Decadus won't shut up about hiding in the shade to recover health. Octa won't shut up about his massive cock, or that time he fucked a cactus or something, and Zero just wants it to be over already.
This is taking forever. How big is this area?
We need a kill Decadus button. We tango with a massive flaming centaur and finally reach the Shrine of Sands. 2 and Sent are presumably waiting inside. The duo are explicitly mentioned to be a couple, a happy couple at that. Unlike every other intoner/disciple pairing, these two are madly in love, and play off of each other's personality like 2 peas in a pod. 2 is bubbly, pure of heart, and good-natured, while Sent, who so far has come off as a confident but conniving bastard, does deeply cherish 2. And while, yeah, every disciple is devoted to their intoner, Sent seemingly does it out of genuine romantic and affectionate interest rather than duty. It goes further than just the disciple/intoner dynamic. They simply are just an idyllic couple, and as such, even the adoration from her soldiers is entirely different from the other intoners, who, primarily, their soldiers just want a chance to hit. 2's men actually feel obligated to protect her out of a sense of duty. In fact, 2's goodwill extended to her soldiers to such a degree, she would oftentimes personally see to threats to her kingdom by herself, with Sent at her side. She hated the idea of her soldiers potentially getting hurt or even dying, though they're more than willing to do so. This next intoner fight is maybe the hardest to justify, simply because these 2 have done good deeds beyond that of any other character in the entire game, and have actively worked to build a better kingdom and world for all those under their rule. And Zero's about to show up and ruin it for everyone. So without further delay, how is our perfect couple doing?
Friends, welcome.
2.
Lady 2 is a tad exhausted at the moment. Well, what can I say? I guess my physical gifts speak for themselves. You know, I actually try to make sure she enjoys our little liaisons just as... Lady 2 is lost in her dreams right now. Perhaps you could try not to interrupt.
Her mind's gone, isn't it? She wasn't fully developed. Her body couldn't handle the power of her song. Hand her over. I'll end her suffering.
Yeah, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Do you have any idea what you're doing?
Well, of course I don't. Duh. I mean, look, I'm just some idiot old disciple after all. It's pretty simple, really. All I do is put my nose to the grindstone and follow orders. Speaking of which, she kinda ordered me to kill you, so...
You really are an idiot.
All right, milady. Open up and say, ah. Yes, perfect. Just like that, keep it up. Behold, the second song, Great Fist of Antiquity. The blood-wind storms that slash through fate, the steely hand that has sworn allegiance. Across the countless swarms of writhing dead, I sent, summoned thee in my name. Equicor, dance!
If there's one thing I forgot to mention about Sent, it's that he's a compulsive liar, and it's pretty obvious too.
Oh, trivia time! Do you know why some gourds are narrow in the middle? So they can rearrange their nutrients halfway down the fruit. It's science! What's up?
Stop pretending you know what you're talking about, idiot.
Idiot? Yeah, rude.
Before we talk about 2 or her watcher Egregori or this bitching soundtrack, I need to confess that Sent is my favorite disciple in this entire game. His whole personality gimmick revolves around confidently stating facts that he completely made the fuck up on the spot, and I think it's the funniest shit in the whole game. You ever have that one friend who will just tell you bullshit facts to rage bait you? That's Sent. That's him. He's that guy. Despite Sent's initially nonchalant demeanor, him and 2 are just maybe the most tragic characters in Drakengard 3's entire narrative. Zero was onto something when she noticed 2's current state, and assumed it had something to do with her body being unable to withstand the power of her song. See, intoners are capable of wielding this power unaided by a disciple, but it takes near unbreakable willpower to do so, and a disciple acts as a sort of extra bolster to withstand the flower's influence. Though Zero's not far off, the truth is far more disturbing.
I am the happiest girl alive. You know why? Because I am with the greatest man in the whole wide world.
2 and Sent had been fully committed to bettering the Lands of Sands as a whole, both catering to its people and its soldiers. They took in a number of orphans, whose families had fallen victim to the previous ruler's antics, and had nowhere else to go, so they were essentially raised by 2 within the Shrine of Sands, almost like one big family. She catered to their every need, playing with the children, piggyback riding, holding hands, never neglecting them no matter how busy she found herself. Being the observant type, Sent took notice that Lady 2 is exhausted, constantly caring for the kids and ruling her lands, despite her claiming that she's honestly extremely content regardless. 2 mentions that she's so happy, she's honestly scared that her happiness might eventually spill over. Wanting nothing but the best for his lady, Sent figured she could use something of a break from all of it, and knowing she'd be reluctant to abandon her duties even for a moment, decided to strengthen a couple of their soldiers using the power of 2's song. We're not told exactly how Sent does this, but apparently he's used her power of song to also heal the children in the orphanage, so it's a method he's apparently familiar with. He suggests that she can take a break from playing Homeland Security for a bit, and that they take a brief respite to travel the world, slaying any monsters that may pose a threat to one's role along the way to stay productive. Sent had the orphans stay in Cathedral City, one's domain, escorted by a squadron of song-enhanced soldiers to guarantee their utmost protection. In 2's DLC episode, the 2 lovers traveled across Midgard, taking down magical beasts and even remnants of the Old Lord's rule, much to 2's dismay. She even suggested possibly peacefully dealing with the men instead of shedding blood, and we see firsthand the lengths Tu and Sent go to endlessly support one another, even to a fault at times. It gets to the point where Tu can't even imagine a world without Sent, and makes him promise not to die. Ever. Sent, being the ladies' man he is, pledges to never die, even if it kills him. Midway through their journey, Sent receives a letter from Decadus, urgently warning that something calamitous is brewing in Cathedral City, and immediately, Tu springs into action knowing full well her orphans are holed up there. By the time they arrive, the situation already seems grim. All of one's garrison soldiers have been reduced to wandering husks, hardly men, more so monsters at this rate. The ever-positive ray of sunshine, too, already begins to assume the worst, while Sent attempts to downplay the circumstances, despite him knowing full well they're likely about to experience the worst day of their lives. It's a slow crawl up the hill to Cathedral City stronghold, and each step begins to consume Tu's thoughts with dread and anxiety.
If anything happened to those kids, I'd...
Then they reach the top.
These were all normal people. What's happened to them?
I may have made them less than normal.
What?
I reinforced them with the power of your song. That may be why.
The elite squad they had dispatched are now clearly no longer human, and the intoner starts catastrophizing, questioning why any of this is happening. Sent finally drops the act and confesses that these are the enhanced soldiers he made with Tu's song, and he attempts to take full responsibility for the literal horror movie unfolding before their very eyes, but Tu, having a pure heart, can't help but blame herself for all of this. Between cutting down squads of her own transfigured soldiers she only wanted to protect, to their pained, hoarse, raspy cries calling from whatever humanity they may have left, Tu is on the brink of a complete mental breakdown. She can hardly believe she's currently killing her own people, soldiers that did absolutely nothing to end up in this situation, and only wants to know why any of this is even happening. Tu straight up admits laying down her arms and dying here would be a preferable option to continuing this needless slaughter, but Sent interjects by saying that if she doesn't keep fending them off, he won't be able to survive the horde by himself. Making their way into the cathedral proper, it's not even remotely the same as how it was before. I mean, I'd really hope Sent's first instinct wasn't to keep children in the murder dungeon with massive fucking skulls adorning the walls. As they make their way to where the orphans are held, Tu is barely holding on to the last frayed strand of sanity she has left, hardly able to mentally process everything she's had to experience since they arrived in the city. None of it even seems real. Her and Sent were gonna have a picnic this afternoon, but instead, our unfortunate souls enter the nadir of the cathedral. Tu wonders where the children have gone, but nothing could have prepared either of them for what would meet their gaze next.
It's all right, my lady.
This grotesque, soft, fleshy being is what's left of the orphans. Tu's power of song, used by Sent to heal the orphans of their maladies, had twisted them into what they see now. Despite having no eyes, ears, or mouth, the orphan Hapygourious still, between bellowing screams, giggles. If neither of those, they're either calling out for their mother or groaning in agony. Worst of all, they're calling for Tu, who's left with no choice but to hack the thing to pieces to put them out of their misery. The trauma boils over, sending Tu into a state of pure psychosis mid-fight after internalizing that this is her fault, despite Sent's role in all this. She could never accept Sent had any hand to play in this disaster. Her perception of him is far too grandiose and perfect, in no small part to Sent constantly lying about his abilities. In her mind, she was to blame for this, and only herself. Why else would they be calling out to her?
Why are they crying? Why are they calling out to me?
Before the battle is even over, 2 is no longer herself, and even with Sent's reassurance, she's long gone. Reduced to a broken, rambling mess as they lay the final blow on the orphans they tried so hard to protect.
Help me.
Lady 2, know that I will accompany you to wherever your broken spirit takes you.
2 hadn't ever changed since that day, only becoming quieter, never eating, only the flowers sustaining her husk of a body. 2's old self died with the children she loved so much. I suppose that brings us back to the present, where Zero's assumptions were mostly right, though she neither knows or even cares about the context in which her song was her downfall. It's not hard to imagine that Zero wouldn't spare any pity anyways, knowing that 2 was once a part of herself. Hell, Zero considered 2 to be the person she could have been, provided her circumstances were different as a child. The irony is that this world never afforded Zero's love, her gentleness, or her kindness, so it was only a matter of time until even 2 was robbed of it as well. Only in this case, 2's good-naturedness was all she had going for her. If it makes you feel any better, this battle can be seen as something of a mercy kill. Zero and Mikhail pull through, even with 2's watchers fighting dirty near the end. Our trusty dragon locks in and eviscerates 2 with one well-placed fireball. Her last words recognizing Mikhail entering his final evolution, now the spitting image of his past incarnation.
You evolved. Again.
With one of the heavier chapters out of the way, and a 4th intoner marked off the list, we've got one last stop at Cathedral City, and Drakengard 3 is going to be wrapped up already. And of course, we've got an extra disciple at our disposal too. Sent joins up with Zero, now seemingly no intoner to follow and no goal in mind. We'll have to see how this finale plays out in Chapter 5.
After all, I'm just a big idiot, right? Oh, yes. Speaking of punching, it's trivia time. You've heard the expression, turn the other cheek, yes? Well, it's not just an expression. Oh my, no. It actually comes from an ancient medical text concerning how to adjust jaw lines and bone structures.
Really?
Of course not. He's full of shit.
Zero and company's final battle with 1 waits just over the horizon, and some of her disciples are really starting to feel the anticipation. This is the home stretch for Drakengard 3, down to the last intoner, and we've got our own small army of disciples as well. The camp sections are feeling a lot more lively now that we have such a big group. It's kinda cushy. Octa says he's getting the jitters and suggests he and Zero do some log jamming to relieve some stress. Zero refuses, so he instead claims that he will need to beat his dick for 3 straight days in the woods in order to be ready to fight, something Zero also shoots down. Then we have Sent's official introduction into the party as one of our own, though all he does is gas himself up.
A fine, beautiful example of a man. I find my good looks often turn off the little people, but what can you do?
Can I punch him? Like, in the face?
Decadus offers his full support to Zero in any way he can help, and Dito's just annoyed with the amount of people they've got in their crew now. Safe to say he doesn't feel the same camaraderie as Decadus or Octa, but he's still sticking with it to the end for Zero's sake. Finally, before we depart, Zero speaks with Mikhail, or even now, at basically the end of their journey, the dragon still asks if they're really on their way to kill one, the last sister Zero has. Unlike earlier where Mikhail was suggesting alternate solutions to their sibling rivalry, now he just kinda plainly accepts it, but does acknowledge that untold deaths lie in their wake, and even when he tries to sleep, he can still hear the screams of all of those they've killed, asking the intoner if she's heard them too. Zero, being Zero, denies hearing the screams of her victims, in which Mikhail sullenly accepts that they're yet again going out to spill some blood. The crew suggests an aerial invasion, so it'll be disciples on the ground and Zero/Mikhail in the air. So now we're back in Cathedral City. You'll notice this place is pretty different from the rest of the lands in Midgard. If anything, it looks like it was ripped straight from the modern era, with ruined skyscrapers and derelict highways. Calling Cathedral City a city is honestly a stretch, considering that hardly anyone in Midgard even lives here. There's no plant life, no wild animals, only really being home to scholars and magic users, with its current significance lying in the fact that the central cathedral, for which the city is named after, hosts all of the arcane magical knowledge in the world, and most importantly, is the birthplace of all known magic. It appeared out of thin air 150 or so years prior to the events of the game, and formerly housed the Magic Academy managed by the church, but an unknown magic catastrophe basically destroyed all traces of said academy, and left the city the barren ruins you see now. Maybe the most insane thing about Cathedral City is that it's actually from the... Oh shit, we're already fighting one. This is it. The final intoner. One is unique among the intoners in the sense that she's something of a figurehead, and takes a leadership role as the oldest of the five, not including Zero herself. Even during the days when the five intoners were younger, just a wandering band of weird, multicolored Madoka Magica cosplayers, one was at the lead, slaying the corrupt lords and making their way to Cathedral City in an effort to find some way to defeat Zero. All of this is basically laid out in the Drakengard 3 prequel manga, Urahime 5. Along the way to Cathedral City, they met a mage named Partition, who served the ruler of the Land of Sands and joined up with the intoners after one turned said ruler into ground beef, gaining their trust after healing some of one's wounds, and finding a ship that would take them straight to the city in about a month. It was smooth sailing until one ended up getting dragged off deck by a giant squid. She barely manages to fight the thing off, washing ashore and delivering the killing blow, only to drop her guard, not aware that the squid is still kicking, and is spared from an untimely death at the last second by a black dragon. This is where one meets her dragon buddy Gabriella, who, not unlike Zero and Michael's meeting, descends after sensing that one isn't fully human, and something about her aura seems funky. The conversation shifts to one admitting she's an intoner, and wants to use her powers for good. But Gabriella explains that she's felt this intoner presence before, but from another, and she gave off a feeling of pure killing intent. One already knows who it is, and the dragon commends her sense of self-preservation, stating in no uncertain terms that Zero is far and away magnitude stronger than her, but one admits that, yeah, she knows. But that won't change the fact that all she wants to do is protect this world and the people she loves, her sisters. If you're already seeing weird parallels with Zero, I know, we'll talk about that in a second. The duo's discussion gets cut short by an elf, a squad of pigs, and a man exuding aura beyond human comprehension. The man is silent, wearing nothing but an expression of cold apathy and a wrought iron prosthetic arm to match. But the elf on his shoulder seemingly won't shut the fuck up, and tells one that they're here for her, after what she did to the Lord in the Land of Sands. Literally kidnapping a woman one and her sisters helped, ripping out her eyeball, and replaying her memories through literal magic to find out who killed their ruler. Gabriella notes the man's name, Bardis, and realizes he too possesses an otherworldly presence. However, it's nothing like one or Zero. And speaking of one, she's not planning on going anywhere just yet. She's ready to throw hands with this guy. She dishes a full power punch at Bardis, and the dude shakes it off like it hardly even tickled, returning the favor with a well-placed uppercut, demanding one show him what she's really capable of. With every strike one makes, Bardis hits back, and he hits back fucking hard. Even Gabriella steps in, and he tanks a full Dragon Claw with zero reaction, simply regenerating the damage and once again demanding they show him more. The guy straight up extends his metal arm and starts beating the snot out of Gabriella, the dragon actually beginning to consider retreating just because his strength is just that intense. That is until one gets back up and immediately begins tearing Bardis to pieces. Using her intoner magic similarly to how we see it used in game, she powers up and utterly overwhelms the seemingly invincible warrior, ripping Bardis apart with her bare hands. Then with one of Gabriella's fangs that got knocked out of her mouth earlier, and finally stomping Bardis' remains into a red puddle on the ground. Wouldn't you fucking believe that what did Gabriella turn around for 5 seconds, and he's already regenerating from this, taking on a far younger form. And Frame 1 immediately pulls out this Vash the Stampede ass bullshit with his prosthetic arm, causing a massive detonation with Gabriella barely shielding one at the last second. A month blows over and one wakes up from a coma, hardly believing so much time has already passed. She and Gabriella have some bonding time over their battle with Bardis, and both agree to head to Cathedral City where the other 4 intoners have no doubt arrived by now. In an ironic twist of fate, the last remaining 3 Lords of the Lands are also here, and both parties are seeking the same thing. Within the cathedral lies an ancient structure known as the Mercurius Gate. No one knows for sure what lies inside, but it's rumored that the secrets of what scholars refer to as the Old World lie within. The Lords have attempted to reach the center before, being guarded by 3 walls. The first wall was corroded by the time they arrived, and the second one was destroyed by magic. This is where they found Bardis originally, just kinda chilling in here for God knows how long. The last wall is nigh impenetrable, so they try to let Bardis have a go at it. He doesn't blow the wall down, but instead speaks to an interface in a seemingly unknown language to the people of Midgard, claiming it's the language of the Old World. He, and this place, and all of Cathedral City draw their origin from said Old World, but that's about as far back as it goes. No one knows where it is, when it existed, or what happened to it, but it brought Cathedral City here in an event known as the Cataclysm, along with magic and dragons, and things were just never the same. Bardis provides the interface with a password, but then a little hologram of a young lady with glasses shows up to give him the bad news. The password was incorrect. She asks him to please try again some other time, and BAM! Bardis vanishes into thin fucking air. Meanwhile, one reunites with her sisters out in the wilderness by pure happenstance. The 4 girls admitting that, yeah, they tried to get to Cathedral City themselves, but due to infighting between 4 and 5, and 3 sleeping constantly, poor 2 couldn't muster up the leadership to keep them on track like 1 can. The intoners share a tender moment of affection, and once they're all reunited, with a dragon and even a mage for support, the 5 intoners all fly into Cathedral City with the full intention of securing the Mercurius Gate, and maybe then they'll find some way of defeating Zero. Once inside, one takes the lead, and when the intoner approaches the gate, she immediately realizes that something is very wrong here, and it's written all over her face to the collective concern of all 4 of her sisters. One reassures the party that nothing is wrong and they should proceed through the gate. That is, until 3 ends up impaled on a spear. The Lords had been lying in ambush the whole time, and start laying waste to the intoners, caught with their guard down. With the chaos of battle causing the ceiling to cave in, one desperately tries to gain her footing, only to see 3 completely gored on a nearby pile of debris. One by one, each intoner is picked off in an equally brutal fashion. 5 gets a spear through the back of her neck, and 2's arm gets ripped off. 4 is holding her ground until one of the Lords rolls her sister's decapitated head towards her, and ends up also getting her head chopped off along with her hands. The last intoner standing is none other than 1 herself, left with no other option than to use the full extent of her power of song to survive. Only thing is that this is exactly what the Mercurius Gate needed to open. What ends up being hidden inside is not in fact limitless magical knowledge or sage arcane secrets, but instead something that can only be described as an existential terror. A formless black sludge oozes out and begins targeting the corpses of the intoners, even 2 who's still fully conscious. 1, along with Gabriella, who was buried under the rubble for the majority of the battle, watch in abject horror as her sisters are molded and stitched back together by whatever eldritch mass just crawled out of this hellhole. Even 1 is nearly claimed by the goo until Gabriella manages to break her away from its influence, leaving the remaining intoners to be possessed and summon their watchers, their full-fledged forms that we see in-game. The ensuing chaos makes short work of the Lords, with some of them, like Cerulia, the Lord of the Seas, just infighting with the young Lord of the Mountains, ripping his heart out of his chest because she feeds off of the youth to stay young. She ends up getting killed by the partition guy, the mage, who tagged along with the intoners for the express purpose of overthrowing the lords for himself and seeing just what lies beyond the gate. He couldn't be happier with what he found, a power strong enough to destroy the world, taking the shape of a massive black flower. This is the same flower that exists within Zero, and the same flower that created the intoners, only what created Zero was merely a fragment of what was dormant within the gate. One attempts to hold the flower back, or even retaliate in some way, pushing her abilities to such a degree that her body straight up accelerates its aging, and she turns into a grown-ass woman. Despite her best efforts, one is clearly outmatched. But when all seems lost, things take a turn for the worst. Or depending on how you look at it, for the better. Zero, sensing the flower bullshit going down in Cathedral City, pulls up with Michael to destroy the flower for good. Though the situation is far and away worse than they expected. Zero uses her intoner magic in a last-ditch effort to pacify her sisters, and enchants a flock of nearby white doves with the ability to suppress the flower's influence, flying towards the intoners and locking them down. Zero uses the opportunity for a long overdue intoner BBQ, and torches her 4 possessed sisters immediately, much to the dismay of Partition, who wanted their power for his own goals of world domination. The final 2 left standing in the city are 0 and 1, marking this as the sisters' first official duel. Their dragons immediately start scrapping and the intoners begin shortly after. One's putting up a fight, but is constantly on the defensive, hardly able to retaliate against Zero's vicious offense. But wouldn't you fucking guess who decides to show up in the middle of their fight but fucking Bardis? Zero tells the kid to move, and when he refuses to budge, chops his arm off. But he simply regenerates and hits Zero with this Fred Flintstone bullshit, sending her flying through a nearby skyscraper. Michael descends to meet the boy and starts talking to him in the tongue of the old world, a mutual language shared between the two due to their origin. And Bardis explains that he's been guarding this gate for eons. He doesn't even remember what he's protecting or why, but with no gate left to protect, he says fuck it, I'm gonna do what I want, and I wanna fuck some shit up. So Bardis starts summoning his magic nuke again. Gabriella tries to stop him, only to get tossed to the side like an oversized Beanie Baby, practically knocked unconscious from the exchange. One throws down with Bardis for round 2, with Zero butting in since she's also got a bone to pick with the kid. The sisters deciding to put away their differences for now since they both gotta beat this pissqueak's ass, joining up in a temporary alliance. The 2 of the strongest intoners against Bardis, both parties with the ability to practically shatter the earth, go head-to-head in a brutal 2v1, with the boy outclassing the sisters in both speed and strength, outmaneuvering one, and stopping Zero's blade with the tip of his fucking finger. Even with their combined power of song, Bardis retaliates with extreme ease, and the battle seems like it's already over before it even started. 0 and 1 already beaten and bloody with no strength left to spare. That is, until Michael has enough of this shit and tries blasting the kid away with his fire. But even the strongest of the dragons barely leaves a scratch on the young warrior, returning the favor with a swift, well-timed uppercut, sending Michael, who's the size of a fucking semi-truck by the way, hurtling through the air. Bardis cleans up anyone who might be left standing. One unfortunately finds herself caught in the open, and he stakes her to a nearby wall on her own spear, fascinated by her inhuman durability. Like this guy has any room to talk, he demands to know what exactly one is. Before she can answer, they're interrupted by Gabriella, maybe the last hope for turning the tides in this battle. This, as expected, doesn't last long, and the dragon is mortally wounded within an inch of her life. Given dragons can use their last wish moments before death, Gabriella uses hers not to reincarnate, but to draw magic strength to assume a beastly form, amplifying her might exponentially at the cost of rapid depersonalization. Basically, Gabriella will soon be reduced to a mindless husk capable of only great destruction. On the bright side, she starts wrecking Bardis in a fight where he was essentially untouchable, and the dude stops playing around. Bardis was holding back this whole time, and only now decides to pull out all the stops, engaging this arc reactor thing in his chest. One manages to pull herself off the wall and crawls toward her dragon, pleading with her to stop, not wanting her friend to lose herself to her transformation, but there's nothing she can do. Gabriella admitting that she willingly did this for one's sake, extending a final goodbye before allowing the beastly transformation to fully take over. She and Bardis clash in one final struggle, and soon after, the boy is totally incinerated by Gabriella's infernal pyre. The fight's not over just yet though. Michael warns one should step away, as the dragon she once knew is no longer, and fights Gabriella in an effort to mercy kill her. Though once again, the strongest dragon finds himself on fraud watch and is thrown into the nearest building, leaving Gabriella to pin one to the wall. In a last-ditch effort to prove her dragon isn't a monster, and to save her, one utilizes the most infamous forbidden magical rite from the old world, a pact. A contract where an immortal merges their soul with that of a beast in exchange for power, bringing both back from the brink of death provided the circumstances are dire. The only catch is that the human must pay some price for the pact, and both pact partners' life forces are tied, meaning if one dies, so does the other. She forms a pact with Gabriella in an attempt to prevent her transformation, and due to the nature of the pact having such a heavy price, sucks in all of the nearby magical energy in order to complete it. Poor Partition is caught in the crossfire and is drained of all his magic too, which also kept him young and spry. Turns out he was an old man the whole time. The pact is done, and Gabriella is saved. The only price one had to pay is that her body has reverted back to that of a teenager. But other than that, Zero got bodied and was airlifted out by Michael, and all of the intoners are seemingly back to their regular selves, all in one piece too, with these doves looking on from the distance. Afterwards is when one establishes her rule over Midgard, assigning each intoner to their respective lands, even keeping Partition around as a record keeper. In case you didn't realize it, this is actually the same guy Zero kills in the opening cutscene when he's reciting the tale of the intoners. Even after their battle in Cathedral City, one still wasn't entirely sure of their origin, or even purpose of their existence as intoners, but still sought to preserve her sisters in the world they live in. All of this context to fully explain just why one is so different from the others, and why she's so similar to Zero. A big chunk of it has to do with the fact that one was never afflicted with the black flower that was dormant within the gate. The strange, neurotic, and oftentimes unhinged nature of the other sisters was in no small part due to said black flower's influence. The only exception maybe being two, but her mind had deteriorated due to external factors before the flower could rot it instead. Although, as a side note, I'd argue the events in Cathedral City might have played a part in why her song had such adverse effects on the orphans and soldiers.
Look at these things. Fat, ugly freaks. I wish they'd never been born.
That's a serious wish to make, Dito.
Whatever, Decadus. Sometimes I wish you'd never been born either.
Oh, such cruel words.
Zero fights her way through the capital with the help of the disciples, cutting down armies of one's armed guards, the disciples in question fully ready to die by Zero's side to see this through to the end.
Trivia time! Did you know 16% of human breath consists of harmful chemicals?
No, I've never heard that.
I wouldn't think so. This is my first time hearing it too.
Even Zero herself is pushing it, now struggling to hold back the flower's influence. After another fight with the Cerberus, the five gather at the entrance of the cathedral, Zero claiming that this is it. Not that this is the final battle or anything, but this is as far as the disciples go. They'll cease to exist without an intoner's magic to sustain them, and Zero doesn't intend to leave this fight alive, so she returns them to their original bodies.
So before that happens, I'm giving you your old forms back. Goodbye.
Back then, I didn't know. I didn't know that defeating one wasn't the end. I also didn't know the truth about Zero and me.
The disciples' true forms are that of the 4 white doves Zero had enchanted during her first siege on the cathedral. She never anticipated them to take on human forms and unique personalities, only creating them as a temporary way to drain the intoners of the flower's influence, but it seems that variability is exactly what gave them their human characteristics. Zero hadn't intended for any of this, and understood the absurdity of bringing beings into this world, them gaining a sense of self, and just as suddenly taking them out, and how unfair it was. How none of them became individuals because they wanted to, and doubly so, couldn't remain as such. This is the real reason why Zero bothered to bring them along, out of pity, to give them some semblance of life before they were inevitably, unceremoniously cut short. She laments not killing her sister sooner to prevent such a tragedy, even more beings that exist because of her sin, and even more reason for her to finish this as soon as possible. Unwilling to attach herself to anything or anyone during this journey, she continues on to face one and their final confrontation.
What you reading?
Ah, Zero. It's a record of life in the cathedral city.
A record of life?
Zero, don't you think it's strange? This city is said to be the origin of all magic. Spells were crafted here that even now are far beyond our abilities. Where did this knowledge go? When did we lose it? And what happened to the people who once possessed it? I thought if I studied that, I might be able to learn the purpose of intoners, of us.
Only an idiot tries to learn about a bunch of shit she doesn't need to know. Or did you not know that?
That's rather close-minded. Though, in the sense that we cannot ever truly know everything, well, I suppose I agree.
Whatever. I'm about to kill you anyway. That's all that matters.
So predictable. Come to me, Gabriel.
You all right?
That guy's strong. He's really, really strong. Zero, get on! Let's beat him together!
Here we are, final boss of Drakengard 3. It should go without saying by this point that 1 is a pretty important character in the grand scheme of things, but that mostly lies with her parallels with 0. They're the most alike out of all the intoners, and she's the strongest willed / most level-headed out of all of them due to her body not being afflicted by the Black Flower. Where the past intoner fights were honestly a cakewalk for 0 against a clearly mentally unstable foe, this one is a genuine challenge considering how firm one's resolve is. It's quite literally only matched by 0 herself, so this is a straight up classic clashing of wills until the most righteous one is left standing. 1's current dragon, Gabriel, sticks out like a sore thumb as the best example of the lengths she's willing to go to win. She actually allowed Gabriella to succumb to her beasthood and fully transform, even after the pact she made to prevent it, taking any possible advantage at this point simply because she knows 0 will stop at nothing until they're all dead. Her dragon no longer has any sense of self, but still retains its loyalty, possibly due to the pact they made. Despite 0 and Mikhail's best efforts, Gabriel proves to just be far too powerful, dealing a death blow to the latter party member. 0 pleads with her dragon to reincarnate before it's too late, but he's got a different idea in mind.
Just hurry up! Do it already! A dragon's wish is a deep and powerful thing. So now, I'm gonna make mine. And I'm gonna kill that dragon.
What are you saying?
If I use my life happen. Isn't that great?
No! No! No, no, no! I am not letting you do this! No!
It's okay, Zero. If I lose my memory, I won't be me anymore anyway.
No! No, no! Please, no!
And besides, I had a lot of fun, Zero. I mean, being with you.
Mikhail, no, you can't! I won't let you!
Look at that. You finally used my name. My name.
God damn it, dummy! Stop repeating things!
Mikhail uses the last of his strength to deal whatever damage he can to One and Gabriel, leaving Zero to finish the job by herself. One still spouting some bullshit about how Zero's torn down everything the Intoner's built, and how she's killed her own flesh and blood, but none of that really matters to Zero now. Mikhail's dead for good. He's not coming back in a reincarnated form, he's not unconscious, he's gone. Forever. It should really go without saying that Zero's life has not been easy. If anything, she's suffered degrees of mental and physical abuse that far and away surpass every other character in the game. Mikhail's previous incarnation, Michael, had been the only person she revealed her past to, how her oldest memory is of her mother abusing her, both verbally and with a whip to her back until she had lost all feeling. She recounted her experience at the brothel, having to steal to survive, experiencing betrayal at the hands of the other girls, and her escape by murdering every patron and prostitute to ensure there were no witnesses and no loose ends. She wandered from city to city, stealing and murdering just to survive, and soon the murdering lost all meaning. She lost count, and began doing it simply off of reflex and with no meaningful justifications. This went on until she contracted a terminal illness and was caught by local authorities, left to die shackled in a random town square with 5 other girls imprisoned for attempting to revolt against a corrupt lord. They were beaten and maimed and tortured for their supposed crimes, while Zero was hardly punished, watching each one succumb to their brutal injuries until she was the last one standing, eventually losing her life to the illness ravaging her body, with the final memory of her human life being a rose-tinted flower blooming from the ground. Now, for a second time, Zero's found herself as the last one standing, having nothing left or no one to hold dear. She's felt the sting of loss and grief before, and made a conscious effort not to cling to anything when she set out on this journey, but couldn't help but get attached to Michael. Hell, a common observation I've seen about their dynamic is that it almost has a romantic undercurrent, and it wouldn't be a stretch to say that Michael is possibly the only thing Zero loved in this world. Now it makes sense why she treated Mikhail the way she did. Not out of malice for not living up to his past incarnation or anything, but because she didn't want to grow attached to him like she did with Michael. In the brief span they knew each other, Zero was mean, cruel, and maybe even a bit of a dick, but he never left her side, and trusted her implicitly. Something quite interesting considering Mikhail had no prior knowledge of Michael and Zero's promise, and even still, held out to the very end. She never called Mikhail by his name because she was scared, afraid she'd let her guard down, only to lose the most important thing in her life once again. If there was any peace Zero could leave this loathsome nightmare of a life with, it would have been that Mikhail could have continued to exist. He was literally only a year old, and everything was a new experience. Most of Mikhail's dialogue is just him asking questions, but that's because he's functionally a child. His innocence and pure-hearted nature contrasting with not just Zero, but this entire evil meat grinder bitch of a world they're in. Mikhail still had a future, but Zero can't even have something as simple as knowing her friend is going to be okay. Her past experiences of loss haunting her until the very end, figuratively and literally. One actually possesses the voice and hair color of the last girl that died beside her during her human life, highlighting a major theme of the game. Drakengard 3 puts a lot of emphasis on grief, and the impact it has on human behavior, how we can try to suppress things that affect us or embrace them, and ultimately the futility of it all in the face of fate. Yoko Taro offers a couple of different perspectives on this matter, Zero attempting to kill her sisters as it's her only truth in a life plagued by grief and uncertainty, or one attempting to preserve her sisters as that's her only truth. Both are in a moral gray area, considering how many people they kill in the process to see this through, as well as the moral ramifications of the individual intoners on one's end, but they both justify it with the overall goal of preventing the destruction of the world. Additionally, one doesn't know what the flower is truly capable of, what its actual purpose is in the grand scheme of things, and only seeks to preserve the status quo she's established. People are thriving under her just rule, but Zero's not letting that happen, lest the flower bring an end to humanity. So, they're at odds. But at the end of the day, it's all for the same selfish reason, to justify their very existence in this world. There's still some meat left on the bones here analysis-wise, but we've still got a lot of game left if you peep the video length, so I'm not dragging this fight out any longer than it needs to be. Gabriel falls, and one is on her way out too. Zero puts the last intoner out of her misery, and just like that, it's finally over.
Bye.
Yeah, it is. Mikhail. It's over. Now
In an unexpected twist, one had an ace up her sleeve. You ever notice how one didn't have a disciple? This was her answer.
One. But how?
Brother. I'm one's brother.
Brother? That's impossible.
You wouldn't know. You only had your 5 sisters. But in the same way you created your sisters, your sister one created me. I was a failsafe in case you managed to kill her. I was her final weapon.
Much like how Zero created her sisters, one created a brother from her rib, with the sole intention of killing Zero in case she failed. Brother one expects Zero to resist or even scorn him for stabbing her, but Zero accepts her fate. If anything, this is going exactly how she expected it to. The intoners are all dead, and she's next, and realizing Zero is pretty much unfazed by all this, Brother one steps back in shock. In her dying moments, Zero exchanges her last words with Mikhail, thanking him for everything.
Thank you.
She's dead. Zero is dead. One. Do you hear me? I finished off the intoners, just like you said.
And that's it. That's Drakengard 3.
I should have known this branch would also end like this. Seems like we should have taken a different branch somewhere along the way.
The first ending, at least. So let's talk about a few things here. First things first, this ending. Drakengard 3 has 5 of them, one of which isn't even playable and is only in the official side story novella. The main playable story ends with the A ending. Mikhail dies, Zero kills 1, 1's brother kills 0, and the guy is left without much purpose given he succeeded in his life goal. He was made for the express purpose of finishing the fight in case 1 died. He has a psychotic breakdown over this whole horrible ordeal and decides that, in honor of his lovely sister's memory, he'll start a religion based around worshipping 1. And you know what? While I'm at it, I'll actually just take her place as the figurehead. Now I know that's a lot to process. Brother 1 is honestly the most unhinged character in the entire game for reasons that'll make a lot more sense in the next video, and thematically lays the foundation for Drakengard 1 really well if you're approaching this series in chronological order. Ending A does lead into its own continuity, an alternate timeline version of Drakengard 1, but it's all manga/novel material that I won't cover until I talk about that game in full. The other elephant in the room up for discussion is this mystery lady talking about branches, and how she expected this one to end up in disaster. This is our first official introduction to Accord outside of brief mentions, and she's one of the most elusive and equally important characters in the entire overarching Drakengard timeline. She's been narrating Zero's journey the entire time, and her entrance into the story also serves as the introduction to Drakengard's most interesting narrative quirk, the branches, essentially individual timelines within the story. Time doesn't always flow in a single direction, and the story we just witnessed was just one of 5 possible timelines, all of which are, technically speaking, canon, but only one leads into the actual Drakengard 1 continuity, and Accord's purpose is to observe these timelines and monitor singularities, people or things that cause the timelines to diverge. Zero herself is one such singularity, and her actions across the game have caused more than a few splits to occur. So the rest of Drakengard 3 can be seen as Accord monitoring these timelines, documenting their events, and figuring out which one leads to the best outcome for humanity. Why and how she's capable of doing this, or who she's even working for, is unknown. But what we do know is that she's been given explicit orders to not intervene. The tired and true classic time traveling advice. So with that being said, Branch B offers a different fate for our indignant intoner. The timeline splitting sometime around the time Octa joined the party in the Land of Forests, which is where this branch entirely takes place. The biggest difference you'll immediately notice is that Scent is here, as quick-witted with his snarky bullshit as ever, only he's not at 2's side. In fact, he has no idea who the hell 2 even is. The whole party is sensing bad juju from the forest, Octa noticing that a thick fog has taken hold and that they shouldn't linger in it for long, but Zero still insists that they proceed ahead since they got an intoner to kill. On their way in, Dito notices that this isn't just any old fog, it's straight up some kind of poison hanging in the air.
It's probably fine.
That's it? Really?
Zero doesn't really give a shit and keeps trucking along. She just wants to get to 3 already. All these random jobbers keep getting in the way and it's seriously pissing her off. As the player, this was really starting to drag. I just played through the entire campaign and now you're telling me there's 3 more endings to reach with this same bum-ass gameplay. And the devs just decide to spit in your face with making you fight 50 Armacile dolls back to back. These things don't even attack all at once, just in these tiny squads that barely pose a threat. The fucking Disciple Peanut Gallery isn't helping much either, just spouting insane shit that hardly helps the situation. However, Mikhail's dialogue it's pretty cute. I could never stay mad at this little guy. I mean, come on. Anyways, once the dolls are down, 3 makes an unexpected early appearance, who is weirdly cordial with Zero.
Oh, look who's here. It's Zero.
Hey, 3.
She's just here to inform her sister that there is indeed something amiss with the forest, and asks Zero if she hears the voices and crying ringing through the air.
The crying.
She says that one holds the secret to whatever's afflicting the Land of Forests, disappearing into thin air afterwards. The party is weirded out by 3's elusive warning, but otherwise remains undeterred. Really the only one out of it is Scent, who's been trying to figure out who 2 is the whole time, the name sounding all too familiar in his head. Mikhail expresses his desire to become stronger, and wonders if he'll ever grow a flower in his eye like Zero has, though she reminds him that this shit isn't all cookies and cream, It's there for reasons. Reasons she can't tell him.
Forget it.
Oh, come on. You can't trail off there. That's mean. You're mean, Zero.
Trudging onwards, Octa notices that it's kind of weird that one would be here and not in Cathedral City. And overall, the whole vibe of this place has been really off since they entered the deep end of the forest. Even 3's behavior is comparatively off-putting. Speaking of which, after a few fights with some titans, a Cerberus, and a near-death experience, the party runs into Lady 3 yet again. She shambles forward in her usual fashion, but ends up collapsing at Zero's feet, warning the Intoner that she fucked up, admitting that one is here in the Land of Forests because she wanted to kill her, but dies before she can finish her warning.
Is she dead? She's totally dead!
Zero is extremely confused that her sisters would begin turning on one another, and seeks out one to get some answers. Like, she's not exactly mad that the Intoners are making her job easier for her, but the confusion is definitely warranted. As they approach the furthest reaches of the wood, 3 soldiers, now without the influence of an Intoner, are all succumbing to a peculiar madness without her presence. Now it seems like the whole damn forest is going mad. And to make matters worse, one is dead. She's impaled on a spike, and 2 is here getting sturdy on her grave. Utterly delighted with the sight, apparently. Dito cuts to the chase and goes in for the kill, only to be stopped by Scent at the last second. It's always why with this game. You know, I'm asking the same question too, Scent. That's why I've been talking non-stop for the past 3 fucking hours. Scent returns to his beloved Intoner, and the 2 are immediately at our party's throats. The fighting is violent, but brief. Decadus and 2 exchange mortal blows, 2 pushing his blade deeper into her abdomen with glee. Scent gets the drop on Octa, and Zero returns the favor. As a grand coup de grace, the lovebirds summon a watcher with the last of their strength.
Give us your blessing, Raphael.
And as a last big fuck you to Zero, this thing's spitting out enough poisonous fumes to hotbox her to death in this little barrier it formed. This is also presumably where the lingering poison in the forest air originated from, but if you're anything like me, you're probably wondering what in the world just happened in the last 2 minutes of this game for us to go from finding one's corpse on a pike to everyone dying and fighting a giant enemy spider. Branch B is weird, because it doesn't really offer much in the way of thematic development, or even saying anything beyond the flower can drive the Intoners completely mad and Zero can cause shifts in the timeline, which is stuff we already knew going in. 3 led 1 to the forest to murder her because the flower's influence made her do so. 2 also presumably went mad and killed both of them, and now we're here. There's really not much to chew on analytically, and honestly neither does Ending C. Both kind of feel like padding for Ending D, which has quite a lot going on. At the very least, it does help develop the disciples a bit more, and I'll be calling back to some stuff here later since it will come up. But by and large, there isn't really much else to discuss. Zero and Mikhail race to end the fight as soon as possible, the former holding up pretty well due to her general durability as an Intoner, but the latter not so much. Zero continuously asks if he's alright, but his condition is rapidly deteriorating, and by the end of the battle, he's practically at death's door. Our songstress tries her best to get Mikhail to reincarnate, but he's done for by the time she makes it over to him, only able to apologize before the poison takes him.
Sorry, Zero, but I think I'm done. I'm really sorry, Zero.
Don't you dare leave me alone again! Why does this keep happening to me? Goddamn flower!
In the middle of her grieving, Zero realizes she's not completely out of options.
I'm sorry. Heed my call.
Using her power of song, much like one had done with Gabriella, Zero forges a pact with Mikhail in a last-ditch effort to bring him back.
I want you to know, I'm glad we met. Mikhail.
Offering up her life as payment, the pact is a success, and Mikhail awakes soon after with a familiar-looking flower sticking out of his eyeball. As for Zero...
What you doing, dummy? You gonna sleep all day or what?
She's here alright, but her voice gives more than enough indication what price she paid for Mikhail's life. And if the dragon looking downwards in response to her words wasn't enough, it's implied that she's been reverted to a child.
Well, let's get going, Zero.
And... that's ending B. I'd say it's the closest thing to a happy ending in this game, but it's certainly far from a good ending. So let's look at the situation. 5 and 4 are presumably dead at this point in the game. 3 fell over like a sack of potatoes, 1 shish kebabbed on a pole, and 2 perished alongside her disciple. Every other disciple is also dead, meaning that Zero has no more loose ends but herself to wrap up. Now we know she never intended to live after all this. That's one of the reasons she sought a dragon, a surefire way to end her life along with this entire mess she's made. And it would make sense that she would be, just a little upset that she no longer has a reliable method of destroying the flower for good, with Mikhail dead and wasted from the poison. But that's not why she's upset. Zero doesn't want this. She rejects her fate. There's no more intoners, nothing from her past to haunt her anymore, and would be content to continue living in a world where she could spend time with Mikhail, who is quite literally all she has left. She's once again alone in this world she once could not tolerate, but her dragon made it worth it, and that's when she realizes she can make a pact to save him. Zero is well aware that this is atrociously selfish. The flower is still well and alive within her, and in performing this pact, will be dragging Mikhail into the curse once their souls are merged. But Zero can't bear the thought of being left behind again, and that's why she hesitates, apologizing to Mikhail for forcing this cruel fate onto him, but her selfish desire for companionship is stronger than her sense of mercy, and so Mikhail is reborn with the flower within him as well, repeating Zero's cycle of sin yet another time. Another creature unwillingly born from her hubris. Like I said, I guess it's kind of a happy ending. I mean, Zero's happy. She's a kid again, which sucks, but at least her dragon is alive. Mikhail probably doesn't care about the flower either, and you gotta remember he was fantasizing about it earlier in the branch, which was some cute foreshadowing. But the flower still exists, and Zero ends up dooming humanity in an irresponsibly compulsive decision to bring her only friend back from the dead. And it inadvertently kind of violates the promise Michael had made, making his sacrifice sort of vain as a result too. He died so Zero could see this through. He understood what kind of threat the flower posed, and it's still around despite his efforts. Accord doesn't flat out consider this branch a failure, but the future is quite uncertain in this timeline with the flower still running amok. So, what does Branch C have in store?
Divergence. Branch C.
So this branch diverges sometime after Mikhail's kidnapping by 2 and Cent, and according to Accord, 2's imposed some kind of strange magical influence on the dragon, and only Zero is ever recorded as doing such, so this is a pretty big discrepancy. My interpretation is that Zero's song somehow influenced Mikhail's evolution, and the only reason I say this is because this branch focuses on Mikhail rapidly devolving due to 2's song, but it starts off business as usual. Scent is here somehow, and claims he split off from Lady 2 ages ago. So much time passed since then he's having memory issues like in Branch B, but the party is dead set on finding her and doing what they usually do to intoners. Zero and her disciples cross this horrible desert shit that I hate again, and this time they're assaulted by the frigid breeze of night. Also ignore the costume change, this isn't significant, I was just bored. Everyone is complaining incessantly about the chilly weather, and even Mikhail's feeling horrible weirdly enough. He never seemed to have a problem with the cold even at Mount Whatever when they were tracking down 4. Zero figures it's just the elements getting to everyone, until Mikhail completely gives out and reverts back to his first form, raising some serious concerns among the group.
What the hell is this?
Octa can sense the dragon's been cursed. Zero naturally inquires who the culprit might be, and of course, Dito states the obvious.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the intoner we've been trying to kill?
Decadus can't help but feel worried for both Zero and Mikhail, the dragon himself having nothing but apologies for feeling so worthless. Most of the party assures him that there's nothing wrong, and he should just get some rest.
Okay, I want to be better, Zero. Better and stronger, I really do. I hate being weak like this. I just want to protect you, Zero. I really, really hate this.
Go to sleep.
Then there's Scent.
Trivia time! Did you know apologies were once known as the false gold of sinners?
Yeah, just shut up, would you? Come on, Zero, let's get out of here.
They continue on through the ruins in search of 2, to no avail. The common soldiers do seem to be increasingly more fanatic, however. What used to be admiration bordering on worship is now a complete obsession and devotion to Lady 2, and it's enough to even creep out Zero.
These guys are fucking weird.
You said it.
Of course, who am I to talk? Look at you guys.
They figure their target has long since skedaddled from the Land of Sands and place their bets that Cathedral City is the next best place to search based off of the ramblings of 2 soldiers, which saves us a lot of work if both her and one are in the same place. On the way there, Mikhail's condition isn't improving. Still wanting to help out his friend, the dragon insists that he makes himself useful, and Zero humors him by letting him scout ahead. The party picking up that Mikhail can barely pull his weight anymore, and Zero's really just doing this out of pity.
Trying to keep him safe. You're just a big old cupcake, Z, you know that?
Fighting on through hordes of 2 soldiers, there's a disproportionate amount of undead among the ranks, which presumably is another result of 2's absence, on top of the delusional soldiers, something Scent attributes to the men no longer being under the influence of her song. This was also something we saw in the last branch, and makes you realize how this world really never could function with all 5 intoners as rulers. Even if they did have the best of intentions and the flower never corrupted them, their people would still be driven mad at some point because its influence is inherently evil. Up ahead we're against the Cerberus mini-boss for maybe the 37th fucking time in a row, and Decadus remarks how the enemy has figured out Zero's weakness, doing the same shit over, and 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 over again. This mission is at least 25 to 27 hours into the game, and we're about as exhausted as Zero is. I could have dropped this game after the first ending and went on with my life, so why am I still playing? Why is Zero still going? Why? 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 Why do ice baths keep us warm? I actually really wanted to hear that, Dito, you little annoying twink bitch. It's interesting meta commentary. This is padding and the game knows that, but you're probably still playing out of some begrudging obligation to see the end, whether it be out of curiosity, growing to like the party, or maybe you just like hurting yourself like a certain someone. This fucking sucks to play, but it's really not any easier for Zero either. It's mind-numbing for both of us, and that's weirdly endearing. Not many games willingly lay out their issues so honestly to the player and just own it. Even less are able to make it not corny and genuinely self-aware, but Drakengard 3 pulls it off somehow, so hats off. The party absconds from the Land of Sands, and the camera pans to a nearby observer. It's a Cord, in the flesh, carrying a suitcase and an outfit not from this time period. Interestingly, if you were paying attention during the manga recap, she looks a little bit familiar. Speaking of which, she notes that this branch is rapidly deteriorating into chaos. Intoners, disciples, dragons, even the soldiers are all demonstrating anomalous behavior, and she intends to keep a close eye on things in the event of a full collapse, otherwise known as the destruction of every single timeline. The same anomalous behavior must apply to the level design too, cause holy fucking shit, this platforming sucks! I spent like 5 minutes trying to grab this ledge and had to find the very just ultra specific vertex that would let me up to continue. Thank you, Square Enix! By the time Zero's in Cathedral City, the soldiers have fully lost their minds. Half of their dialogue is either outright nonsense, gargling, or nonsense mixed with gargling. The party doesn't even have any quips for this. It's just kind of hard to watch. Unexpectedly, we do run into two in the middle of the city, and she's not quite in the vegetative state she was during Branch A, or completely psychotic in Branch B, but now somewhere in the middle, languidly repeating that Zero must die.
Two.
You must die.
Our protagonist surmises that this is the work of the flower, more specifically her song, and Scent is consumed by guilt, taking the blame for her current condition. Apparently at this rate she's completely far gone, and it's unlike the guy to not join her side at the soonest possible opportunity. From what we can gather, something happened between the two, either the orphan homunculus incident or something else entirely, and instead of staying by Two's side, Scent abandoned her, and now all he can do for his estranged lover is put her out of her misery. Dito, being the insufferable asshole he is, just rubs salt in the wound. I either find myself loving this guy or hating his guts. I have not found it in between.
Dito, damn you!
Before the party can finish the mindless intoner off, she shambles towards Scent, regaining some semblance of self before Dito impales her from behind.
Could you die now? I mean, like, really die?
Two starts fighting back again, so Decadus and Octa lock her down. But even this isn't enough. Zero runs in to help, only for Scent to deliver the final blow right to her skull.
Lady 2. What is this?
It's a trap! Run!
Was this always her plan? What divine punishment!
Don't act so goddamn happy, freak!
Yes. I'm here now.
And just like that, Two, along with every disciple, dies in a fiery blast, leaving nothing but a small crater.
Let's go.
But they're all...
Killing two didn't break your curse, so I have to kill one. I have to kill all the intoners.
But I can be okay like this.
Like hell you can. One's going to pay for this. For everyone.
Zero.
The two enter the cathedral proper, Zero checking in on Mikhail and even mentioning that she thinks he's gotten stronger. A lie, obviously, to raise her dragon spirits in the wake of not just literally being weaker, but also the death of their friends. Though the strength comment may have been a fib, there is truth in the fact that she wouldn't have gotten this far without him, and though not saying it explicitly, truly appreciates Mikhail's presence. They reach one's chamber, waiting in a similar fashion to Branch A, but this one's understanding and intention are quite different.
Intoners offer only pestilence to this world. Someday, they will be the disease that brings ruin to all human life. That's why you're trying to kill us. To save the world. And once you succeed in killing your sisters, you're going to finish the job. And kill yourself. And you'll use that dragon to do it.
Huh?
Well, you seem to know what's going on, don't you?
Zero? What's she talking about?
Fortunately, I suppose, I came to the same conclusion. This world has no place for us.
Great. Then you won't mind dying.
I know about your flower. I know it's behind all of this. And I imagine it's not going to let you die until it succeeds in destroying the world.
So it's like this, right? We're both prepared to die. But since you don't trust me to off myself, you're gonna try and kill me first.
Yes.
Funny. I was thinking the exact same thing. One.
Abdiel, sing for me!
In a branch rife with delusion and madness, 1 and 0 have perhaps the most clarity out of anyone in Midgard at the moment.
And yet, here we are, fated to kill each other in the end.
Yeah, Destiny's a real bitch sometimes.
This fight is an interesting parallel to Branch A's final boss, as this version of 1 is far less concerned with her sisters, the order she's built, or even her sense of justice in a world gone mad. Her goals are now identically aligned with 0. Both are determined to destroy the flower, and they're literally on the same page. Yet they're still at each other's throats like it's their destiny to clash like this. 1 even expresses dismay at the fact that she thought they'd even get along and bridge some understanding now that they have the same goals. But 0's brute forcing the situation as always. Nonetheless, Mikhail can sense that Zero's heart is wavering. She's experiencing some kind of inner conflict that he can sense through the temperature of her hands, and warns her to not let them get too hot. But before he can elaborate, the fight's already over, and we defeat 1's Watcher. Not willing to accept defeat, 1 summons Gabriel on a whim to get the drop on our duo, leaving poor Mikhail to clash with the demon dragon in his baby form. To 0's shock, Gabriel perishes.
You did it. You actually...
Zero, I messed up.
No.
It's maybe the quickest and most violent Mikhail death in any of the branches, and unfortunately for 0, 1's still standing. The two start lashing out in pure blind rage at each other. No longer bound by any sort of obligation or duty, this shit is 100% personal on both sides. For 0, well, Mikhail just got the Gus Fring special, so we know why she's angry. But 1 is uncharacteristically furious here, even compared to Branch A.
Cursing the world, then saving the world. You thought you could do everything by yourself? Well, this is what you fucking get!
This goes a little deeper than 0 eliminating the other intoners. Branch A1 couldn't understand why 0 was even doing any of this, simply assuming she's gone mad and wanted her sisters dead for reasons to do with power. But this version knows full well the plight of the intoners. She knows exactly why all of this is happening. She has to die, 0 has to die, and that they're all cursed beings fated to fall at each other's hands. She understands this fully, but can't accept it. She's not just gonna lay down and die to be taken from this world as randomly as she was brought in, by the hands of the one responsible no less. It's absurd. What kind of weirdly fucked up existence is that? She just wants to accept her fate, but given these insane, arbitrary circumstances, Who wouldn't lash out similarly? It's all she can do, and it's the same reaction Zero had in her final moments as a human. She cursed this world that did nothing but crush her under its heel, questioning why nothing was righteous, why the weak were preyed upon by the strong, or why the noble, pure-hearted girls beside her were subject to horrific torture, having their eyes, tongues, and other extremities removed, among other unspeakable acts. Even if there was a good reason, Zero couldn't accept it, and as such, her lack of acceptance became one's defining personality trait, and why these two are so similar. Zero refused to lay down and let the flower dominate her being, to be the catalyst for humanity's end, so she instead does everything in her power to destroy it, taking initiative over her destiny instead of being dragged along for the ride like her human life. Both know the end is near, but simply want to die on their own terms, and don't trust the other enough to see it through. But even now, none of that matters anymore. All that remains is miserable rage.
You're the only one left, Zero. Where will you find a dragon powerful enough to kill you?
Zero finishes off one with a blade through the chest, and her younger sister acknowledges her defeat, getting the last laugh by mockingly asking how she'll finish the job without a dragon, fading away seconds later. Zero's won, but at the cost of her sanity. She's on the brink of a total mental breakdown due to the compounding stress of watching Mikhail lose his strength, only for the worst to come to pass in his gruesome death. This ending is the hardest to watch. Zero's become a shambling madwoman, and it's safe to say she won't be finding a dragon in this state, ever. The regret from letting Mikhail die proving too overwhelming for her to bear. It's possible the flower also played a part in Zero's mental deterioration, but at the end of the day, this timeline is irreversibly fucked, and Accord deems this branch to be a failure with seemingly no solution to the flower, and suggests it be sealed off. That leaves us with 2 branches left to go. Ending D is next.
I'll find a dragon somehow. There's still time.
Branch D is almost comparable to one of the regular chapters of the game. It's long, not to mention tedious as fuck to unlock. The game requires you to obtain every single weapon in the game in order to play it, some of which are locked behind Accord side quests, which somehow is one of the least egregious examples of padding we'll see in the greater Drakengard series. And trust me, these games have a lot of padding. Back to the game. This branch diverges all the way back before 4 is killed in the Land of Mountains. Yet, interestingly enough, we're sporting a full party. Dito's here because we killed 5 already, but Decadus, Octa, and Cent are here despite their intoners still being alive. They all ditched their respective songstresses early for their own reasons, though it's clear they've spent a good bit of time with each other given Zero remarks how she's surprised Dito stuck around for so long. Cent mentions how it's kinda sad Decadus and Octa have to kill their own intoners, to which Octa asks a good question. How exactly is Cent exempt from that?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
God, I hate this guy. Can't we just kill him? Like now? Please?
Before their departure, Zero talks with Mikhail, mentioning how he must be craving intoner flesh by now, and it's okay if he is, much to the dragon's protesting that he's experiencing no such thing.
No, that's not true. I don't look like that at all.
Don't worry, it's fine. That's just how dragons are made.
But Zero, I...
Enough talk. It's time. The final battle awaits.
We're back here. Same old areas, same old enemies. Everything seems pretty normal so far, but Dito does sound a bit more irritated with everyone than usual. Especially Sent, who's been egging the poor guy on since camp.
I, of course, will be fine. What with my perfect body and all. Not to mention my ravishing good looks.
The hell do looks have to do with anything?
Anything? Looks have to do with everything. Don't blame me just because you're ugly as sin.
Would you say?
Leave it, Dito. Concentrate on the battle.
I swear to everything that's holy, I will kill that man.
The thing that makes Sent the most endearing disciple to me is that Yoko Taro purposefully made him this suave, handsome lady killer type guy, and also simultaneously had him explicitly written as a massive fucking buffoon who has to lie about facts to make himself seem smarter than he actually is. You know, in a lot of ways, he's literally just Johnny Bravo. So this isn't like a groundbreaking character archetype or anything, but honestly, that just makes him 100 times funnier to me. Anyways, Zero's crew makes short work of 4's armies, and hey, there she is, the lady of the hour.
Oh, sweet Zero, I've realized something. We don't have to be scared of this world. Because once I destroy it, there won't be a world to be scared of anymore.
The flower's taken her over.
This entire world will sing for me. Sophia, come to me.
Four summoned Zophiel, a demon dragon, without the aid of a disciple. Something by our knowledge was a feat only one was capable of. But with the flower fully taking 4 hostage, there's really no telling what Shorty is capable of. Despite the flower's influence, 4's dragon is still leagues below Gabriel, so the aerial fight really doesn't last long, and soon enough the two are added on the ground. 4 was more chatty than normal in the air, but in the actual one-on-one fight, this bitch has completely lost her shit. Almost like the flowers unwound 4's repressed feelings for violence and jealousy, and it's hard to tell which parts are the flower and which parts are its host. Her dialogue eventually disintegrates into treating their fight like a game, whether it be Simon Says or hide and seek, and 4 overall takes a much more juvenile demeanor here, quite unlike any behavior she's shown thus far, drawing some parallels with 2's behavior in Branch B.
Stop saying bonkers already.
With all that being said, she's not much of a challenge for our White Hot Intoner.
Don't worry. Your sisters will be joining you soon enough. Hey, she's all yours.
He turns 4 into dinner and evolves twice in one go, suggesting that the flower's influence probably made the intoner more nutritious or something. Maybe she was packed with dragon vitamins, I don't know. Already a lot of weirdness going on in this branch, and Accord takes note of these developments, and although she can't directly interfere, does what she can to at least guide the group with some pointers, and makes her first introduction to Zero's disciples. Zero herself has actually known Accord for some time. Their first encounter dates back to sometime after she awakened with the flower. Accord is how Zero discovered the flower's purpose, presumably Accord sought her out first. And it seems Zero was at first hesitant to know exactly what the flower's purpose is, but eventually came around. They've actually been keeping in touch the entire time, at sporadic points during Zero's journey in every timeline. There were times Zero would have to split off from the group just to have her meetings with Accord, as she's really the only one here who knows what's going on. The two have a tenuous relationship, and act more like unwilling co-workers than anything remotely friendly, Zero threatening to kill her on more than one occasion. For the record, if anything did jump off, Accord is way stronger than she initially lets off. That's not a normal fucking suitcase, dog.
Ooh, scary.
The point is that Accord's been here the whole time, doing her best to not just record what's happening, but even attempting to assist Zero here and there, but nothing seems to be working, and an indirect approach is only creating more animosity and distrust between the two.
Sorry.
I couldn't tell you why Accord does this, by the way. Accord tries her best to lay out the situation in the clearest possible terms for Zero, explaining why she's here and vaguely why she knows so much. She hails from what the people of Midgard call the Old World, which is why a mini Accord hologram appeared at the Mercurius Gate. She shares an origin with Cathedral City, dragons, and the flower. She's from whatever place they're from. Zero still doesn't take kindly to being followed, but Accord suggests that if she stopped fucking up the timeline so much, she wouldn't have to step in like this, and simply asks Zero to wrap this up in a way that benefits her timeline, as well as future ones. All Zero knows is that other branches exist, but that's about it. And another interaction with Accord kind of implies she's actively seeking the path that leads to the best outcome. But the mysterious outsider says maybe it's better if her organization takes it from here, once again threatening Accord with a swift death. Accord doesn't respond with much, aside from the fact that if Zero can't figure all of this out, she will be forced to kill her and seal off this branch for good.
I just need that to be clear.
Whatever.
Anyways, Dito takes one look at her and immediately starts hating. Apparently her demeanor is too similar to 5. Decadus and Octa share concerns regarding Zero being the dragon equivalent of a $5 biggie bag from Wendy's, but Scent is too busy airballing his chances with Accord to give a shit about anything.
Much better than you, Lady Zero.
That's sweet of you.
Hey there, beautiful. You make my heart go pitty-pat. I said, you make my heart go pitty-pat.
Your emotional state and my response to it is irrelevant to this branch.
Yeah, see, now you're breaking out the big words.
Zero asks Accord to stop telling her friends that Mikhail's gonna eat her, as well as dismissing any notion that her and her disciples are friends at all. Accord offers one last warning that this branch will only destabilize more and more the longer they stick around. And sure enough, on the party's way to kill 3 in the Land of Forests, the men here have already long since gone mad. If anything, the whole forest feels like it's rotting. Some of the soldiers are barely distinguishable from walking corpses, and even the Gigas enemies are half decomposed walking cadavers, like the ones 3 experimented on. Octa and Decadus are taken aback by how the once vibrant and lush forest is now steeped deeply in decay. But as you might guess, Dito is loving it. He's loving it a bit too much, almost.
The only thing that matters right now is that 5 no longer exists. Honestly, I've never felt better. Thank you so much for killing that pig, Zero. I mean it.
Watch what you say about Lady 5, Dito. It behooves us not to curse the dead.
Whatever. I'll curse her corpse until the day I die. I'll never forgive her. Never!
The guy's been acting increasingly more unhinged as this branch goes on, and now his obsession with putridity is starting to sound a bit psychotic, bringing up his hatred for 5 yet again, even though she's been dead for a while at this point in the story. but there's no telling to what degrees of convolution this branch has reached anymore. We hit the end of the forest, and 3's waiting just beyond this... Oh, well, that's not normal. If the yellow-tinted flowers weren't enough of an indicator, 5 is here, and she's seen better days.
You resurrected yourself? Arise. Galgalia.
Oh, 5, you're looking better than ever now. This is exactly the kind of insane world I've always wanted. It's just perfect for an undesirable sap like me. I think I'm gonna stay here forever! I love this new you, 5. You can do whatever you want to me. Anything at all.
She managed to resurrect herself using her power of song, but being the weakest among her sisters, was only capable of restoring herself to that of a sauntering husk, and immediately summons a horde of undead soldiers. Then we get an awesome kaiju fight between Dito's watcher Fanuel and Egregori, who sent summons at the last second in retaliation. This is a fucking awesome set piece, by the way, fending off hordes of 5's weird zombie soldiers while 2 watchers duke it out in the background. The scale is sick. Honestly, one of the few times this game won me over in the gameplay department. But back to the characters. Dito is in pure ecstasy at this little grove of decaying, putrid horror 5 has created, and won't shut up about how perfect it is, even trying to get Sent to join him given how it's a backwards world where even idiots are geniuses. And Sent is a massive fucking idiot. The guy admits that, yeah, he does hold resentment for the world given what he's been through, and Misery does love company. But then we learn that 2 is dead. She killed herself in front of Sent following what had happened with the orphans. She felt that the power of song was nothing but a curse, and only dragged those involved with it into misery. It shouldn't exist. Effectively coming to a similar conclusion to 0, and making an attempt on her own life in the same way. 2's impression that the power of song could be used for good completely crumbled, and waited until both her body and the flower within her were weakened from malnutrition, and took her own life. Sent's personality throughout the whole game has been this deeply unserious goofball who never really takes the current situation seriously, wearing this nonchalant air around him as a cover for the fact that the dude is fucking suffering immensely underneath those layers of ironic trivia facts or narcissism. He constantly mentions he's an idiot both as a way to excuse his general dumbassery, as well as the fact that he feels genuine self-loathing remorse and guilt for convincing 2 he knew what he was doing, managing to get her to believe that he can do no wrong, and ultimately convincing her that blessing the soldiers and orphans with their power of song was a good idea, the very thing that leads to her downfall in every single branch, stemming solely from the selfish desire to protect 2, and only 2. It's all an act, a mask for the fact that Sent destroyed the only good thing he had in his short life, and the mask slips here and there, but all he can do is try his best to fulfill his promise to his lover, to live on and never die on her. Sent, to me, feels like the most human out of the cast of disciples. He's just a guy with the intentions of keeping his partner safe, and suffered for caring too much, and knows that no matter what he does, nothing's gonna bring her back. Not even joining hands with Dito and 5 and singing fucking Kumbaya and their undead, rotting corpse rave. The guy has noble intentions, but like every disciple, is eternally bound to his intoner, for better and for worse as we've seen. Then we got 5 here, who's just a whole other can of worms to get into, literally. I like to think of this fight as the best mirror to 0, in the sense that this is what she risks turning into if she doesn't get all of this over with as soon as possible. 0 was resurrected by the flower despite her hatred for the world, and 5 was brought back seemingly because she couldn't let go. Too obsessed with life in excess to let death take her, and it's not a very pretty sight. We even see her start snacking on one of the dead zombie soldiers, showing how even in this horrid undead state, her vices are all that remain, and probably all that's repelling her. It's maybe the most extreme example of the flower taking over that we've seen yet, and only more reason to put 5 and the rest of the intoners out of their misery. And it's especially worrisome since the flower's influence isn't nearly as strong in 5 as it is in 0, and Octa can tell from a mile away that it's really only a matter of time until his fair intoner suffers a similar fate. Zero finishes her sister off, and the fight's over. Ditto and Sense Watcher still fighting in the background, but it too doesn't last much longer.
Sister.
What the hell is this?
You summoned an angel without the aid of an intoner. Gonna have to pay for it somehow.
Oh, come on! That's not even fair! I finally found it! I finally found a world I can live in and truly love! Zero, wait! No, 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 no!
Sent.
So that's how it is, huh? I honestly had no idea. I am just an idiot, after all, right? Oh well. There's no point in living in a world without Lady 2 anyway. Now I can rest.
Well, that's 2 less disciples than yesterday. Ditto and Sent both paid the price for their ignorance. Summoning a Watcher alone means they use the very power of song, maintaining their human forms. Now we're left with these two. Following the events in the Land of Forests, Zero must have a very serious conversation with the two.
You both need to hear
The
this.
problem?
Yes. I'm not going to mince words here. It's about our nighttime activities. Your performance has been abysmal.
They have been horrible in bed recently. Now, Octa's huge, but as a result of an over-reliance on size, he never mastered the motion of the ocean. Decadus does a pretty good job, but there is one massive issue. He's doing a little too much with the humiliation kink. It's detracting from the rest of the experience. Despite the former's usual tirades on how much he loves porking, or the latter getting off to something as small as a pebble in his shoe, the camp feels different. It's weird not having Ditto complain about the most minute inconvenience that might be getting on his nerves, or Sent making up some dumbass bullshit to sound smart. After a while during gameplay, you just kind of filter it out as, oh boy, they're at it again, but you tend to kind of notice when they're gone, and the lack thereof is deafening at times. Unfortunately, the show must go on. We've got to track down 3 again, and she's in the Land of Sands this time around. This is the 3rd fucking time we've had to drag our sorry ass through this goddamn ruin, and I'm sick of this shit. Branch D is where the game sees a pretty steep difficulty tweak. Like, the game is actually kinda hard here, and you really start to feel Zero's frustration with some of these encounters. We both just want this shit over with, man. And I do really like the added level of relatability that some of these quips add, because holy fuck, these golems suck to fight. Turns out, 3 wasn't even down here. She's in the sky. Somehow.
I thought 3 like dark places.
Leaving Octa and Decadus on the ground, Zero gets some precious bonding time with Mikhail.
My name is Mikhail. My name is Mikhail. I really love me some Zero. I'm not a stinky dragon, nor am I a dirty dragon. Hop on my back and let's go for a ride! Yay! It's time for verse 2! My name is Mikhail. My name is Mikhail. I also love me some rotten meat. Give me praise, give me praise, give me praise, give me praise. Tell me I'm the bestest.
You know, like 3 hours into this video, I still can't believe this is a real video game. 3 is indeed up here. posted up on this platform like a Japanese idol pop star. I genuinely was expecting and would not have been shocked if she started dancing and we had to beat her in some kind of singing contest. At this rate, nothing would be surprising anymore. Instead, she summons an ancient dragon, and this thing is no fucking game according to Mikhail. He immediately recognizes that this thing is bad news, straight up feeling an instinctual dread that he can't even correctly articulate to Zero, who instead of berating the dragon like she usually does, starts uncharacteristically cajoling him with positivity instead.
But...
Have I ever lied to you?
Well, no. I mean, you're all stabby and angry and stuff, but no, you never lied to me.
See? So trust me, I'm here with you, and it's going to be okay.
Okay.
Repeat it!
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay!
Fucking A!
This is just enough to get Mikhail to lock in, and though she'd never admit it, Zero can't help but feel just a little bit proud. Unfortunately, Mikhail simply just isn't strong enough to beat this thing, and the odds aren't looking good in our duo's fate. Dude, how the fuck did he get here? That doesn't answer my question. Drakengard has arrived in the most bullshit ass pull fashion I've ever seen, and it's great. He's here just in time. He decides to use Armoros to lock 3's dragon in place, and Zero gives him the full go-ahead knowing he'll revert back to his original form.
Sounds great. Get on with it.
Of course, Drakengard is too happy in the face of her utter indifference. Zero knows her disciples all too well.
You deny me this pleasure? No, I must do this. It is my reward. Armoros, uphold!
Ending the fight, 3 starts speaking, and if there was any character who's more painfully obviously taken by the flower, it's certainly her. She's all bubbly and cheery, where the original 3 had the charisma of a dead tree in the middle of Midwestern January. With her dragon basically paralyzed by Armoros, the rest of the fight isn't much of a challenge for our duo. Mikhail hits a nasty fucking clip on these two. Embarrassing way to die. Just horrible. As these branches always end, one is the last intoner to go. If you thought the camp was empty before, boy, it's like a ghost town now. I'm half expecting a tumbleweed to drift on screen mid-conversation with Octa about how he can't get it up tonight due to how depressing the camp feels with everyone gone. Zero figures it's time to pack up and finish this already, but not before Octa inquires about her past. She humors the guy as he's the last one left, and it's only fair since he's stuck around for so long. So she reveals to both Octa and Mikhail her entire backstory, where the intoners came from, and why she's so determined to end this. It's nothing we haven't covered already, but it's important to establish that this takes a pretty immense amount of trust coming from Zero, as well as generally just being the first time in any branch where she's fully vulnerable with anyone but Michael. Perhaps it's her growing as a person, or perhaps because she knows none of them will survive the upcoming battle, but it highlights that Zero's personality took a minor shift in this branch due to it breaking down, and maybe that's just the spark things needed to go in a favorable direction this time around. We're in the air in Cathedral City, and BOOM! We're wasting no fucking time. Gabriel's already on Mikhail's ass, and Zero comes crashing down to the ground. And I also can't help but notice how this kind of mimics the opening cutscene.
My name is Zero, the original intoner, and the immortal... Knock it it off! I'm trying to make a speech here! Now... oh, for fuck's sake, now I lost my place!
This last stretch of gameplay before 1 feels like smashing your head into a goddamn brick wall. They throw just about everything at Zero and does the job in feeling like you're at the final steps before the end. Mikhail starts having some doubts about their mission, worried he'll never see Zero again, who just tells him to stay focused on one's dragon so she and Octa can take care of fighting her.
But what about you, Zero? I don't want to kill you.
It's alright. Everybody dies at some point. And technically, I'm already dead. So you're just helping me close the book.
Oh man.
And what do you know? A couple seconds later she just drops from the heavens and we're already going at it. So I've talked about 1 3 fucking times at this point in the video. I've analyzed this bitch down to the individual centimeters of distance between her weirdly spaced eyes. There's not much else to say about her without repeating myself. It's thematically pretty close to Branch C's one in the sense that she knows the truth of the Intoners and is driven by the same goal as Zero. Only this time she's seriously outmatched, given Zero has Octa and level 3 Mikhail as backup. What is new is that midway through the fight, Accord begins recording the events of this branch, and mentions that her organization feels that the timeline should just be sealed off already, but she's holding out hope that either 1 or 0, doesn't matter who at this point, has a chance of setting things right. But that last part is what gets her to stop. Accord has been tracking Zero through several timelines for the whole game, has been acquainted with her several times, has tried her damnedest to not intervene. At a certain point you'd expect her to just seal off the branch already, but you have to wonder if she's just doing this out of obligation at this point, or is she actually doing all of this for Zero? The other Intoners are also considered singularities after all. She could also help 1 achieve the same goal, but she's instead choosing to help Zero, which is important considering that she's the one getting her ass kicked, and only gets said ass saved by Octa summoning his Watcher at the last second. Like the rest of the disciples, his human form can no longer be maintained, and reverts back to a bird, but not before he can pitch a tent one last time.
My man's sword is as sharp as a witch's.
Even with Octa's Watchers and Zero's raw strength, 1 refuses to give in, actually pushing back with the sheer power of her song. Just as Zero seems beat,
Engage accelerator.
Accord finally says, "Fuck it!" and pins 1 to the ground in a last-ditch effort to save Zero. She pulls out a phone and loads some kind of code that'll disable 1's song for exactly half a second in exactly 41 seconds, claiming that if Zero dies, this entire branch will go to hell.
Where your mouth is and make this happen.
And Accord wasn't lying. In precisely the amount of time she said, 1 shield goes down.
Understood. Executing code.
For the first time in any branch, both Mikhail and Zero managed to kill every Intoner and survive fully intact, though the same can't be said for our girl Accord. What's left of her is nothing but scrap metal and wires. She was an android the entire time, an android from the future.
We're going to interfere.
Yes, but this went a little different than I had planned. However, I think this way was more human, wasn't it?
There's a beautiful irony to this scene. Both these characters, non-humans, wearing the trappings of people, discussing if the way that this situation turned out was more human or not, with the same objective of saving humanity. Accord's final request is for Zero to put her out of her misery, our protagonist simply asking her in return,
Good night, Accord. Tell the whole world I said hi.
Now this answers a lot of questions about the old world, Bardis, and simultaneously creates about twice as many new ones, especially if this is your first exposure to Drakengard/Nier in any capacity. But don't worry, it's only going to get more complicated. This game finally ends on an unexpected note. With everyone else dead, the duty of eliminating the flower for good falls on Mikhail, as it always has. Zero tells him that it's his job to kill her, and like Michael before him, grimly accepts. She shares her last words with the dragon she chided, berated, but ultimately loved and trusted in the end.
There's one more thing I need to tell you.
What?
You've grown strong, Mikhail.
Now, if you know nothing about these games, I know what you're thinking. What the fuck is going on? This will make more sense if you played the first Drakengard game, but ignoring this, this is the real final boss of Drakengard 3, and it's an immaculate send-off for this game. The flower has fully bloomed into this beautifully grotesque statue the size of a city block, and the song that accompanies it is the boss itself, a rhythm game. I feel the song and visual presentation of this fight do well to speak for themselves, offering more personal interpretation than I could ever do it justice. And I'd really just be better off letting this play out in full, but we're gonna do it anyways. In a game so outwardly hostile towards the player, from the repetitive gameplay to the multiple endings spanning chapters you already played, to the dialogue, to just about every aspect of this game being antithetical to what video games are, this is it. The biggest final fuck you the devs could think of. I hope you have some semblance of rhythm, because one mistake and Mikhail gets blown out the fucking sky instantly. At no single point in this game do you ever do anything but hack and slash enemies and occasionally blow up armies on Dragonback. But here we are at the very end doing this shit. No tutorial, no impending warning of a significant gameplay change, just 1 minute you're talking to Zero, and the next, and the air fighting off runic sound sigils. You probably thought the game was just going to end with Mikhail eating Zero and that would be it, right? No. Because it's not that easy. Nothing about destroying the flower was ever easy. That's why it's taken 3 fucking timelines to do so, and the final push has to be done by Mikhail of all characters, who's hardly capable of wiping his own ass, much less annihilating a trans-dimensional weapon sent down by God to destroy all of humanity. That's not even the worst part. The spontaneous bullshit, incomprehensible difficulty of this fight is really just representative of the fact that the flower in question is his friend. A friend he's known every waking hour of his entire life. The fight is as difficult for the player as it is for Mikhail, as the base game was as tedious for us as it was for Zero. The weight of the task ahead of us is directly translated through the gameplay, and it's one of the best attributes this game has. Despite Mikhail's incompetence, displayed through the fact that even the player initially has no fucking idea what they're doing, you're pressing on. Hell, you got this far, how much worse can the road ahead be? No matter what Mikhail faced during this journey, whether it be Zero berating him, the party having little faith, if any, in his abilities, constantly getting lost, swept away in a river, tangled up in a tree, he always kept going. Because as long as he had Zero, he knew everything was gonna be okay. I also feel that this boss is the player's raw exposure to the cruelty of the flower, because this fight plays like the game actually hates you. The first phase is simple enough, just being Zero herself and having rudimentary patterns to follow, but then the other intoners sprout from the other pedals, and the song begins to follow suit. There's tempo changes to account for now, additional notes, and the camera starts to get a little wonky, and you start to realize how the fight is slowly starting to use any dirty trick it can to break your focus. In a way, it's elements of the game's self-awareness of its own shortcomings at their logical conclusion. You know those sections where Zero herself would just lambaste the horrid shitty gameplay you'd be slogging through for hours? This is what's supposed to make you hate this flower as much as Zero did, to finally bridge that gap between the player and the protagonist. Chances are, you will fail. You'll fail again, and again, and again. Oftentimes with zero indication of what notes are next aside from what you can hear and what you can see. Speaking of what you can see, you might as well throw that shit out the fucking window since the camera's basically gonna do whatever it wants this fight. It might decide to go on a walk 3 minutes in for no reason. Every time you fail, you're sent right back to the start. Beginning of the song, beginning of the cutscene. It's cruel. But was this game ever trying to be anything but cruel? Zero's entire character arc is accepting a cruel fate in a world that's done nothing but tear her down, with the only certainty being that death awaits for her in the end. And I often wonder why she did any of this to begin with. It would have been easier just to lay down and let the flower do its thing, and it's endlessly interesting to me that she's not driven by typical goals like revenge or fulfilling a promise to anyone. She does this to finally live her life on her own terms, almost in an effort to spite fate itself. In an ironic twist, the very thing she's trying to kill gave her a second chance at life, a life where she could find meaningful connections with others and even find periods of genuine joy, albeit briefly, all under the soul-crushing knowledge of it all being ephemeral. To be given life, and to have it be destined to end equally as quickly, is a fate she shares with her sisters, as well as their disciples, playing both the victim of this fate as well as the instigator, all of which simply try to make what they can of it. She couldn't afford any greater emotional investment in the disciples or even Mikhail with this knowledge, yet found moments of peace regardless, and despite the absurdity of it all, it's quite beautiful, and the same can be said for this fight, as well as the major themes of this game. Yoko Taro has gone on record to say that he finds human existence to be absurd, to be given such little time and no direction, to simply make the most of it in a world of unknown and random circumstances. It's insane! And Drakengard 3 is a deconstruction of Yoko Taro's views on human mortality and existence as much as it's a riff on action games, Muso games, magical anime girls with male harems, whatever you, the player, sees fit to interject. Because at the end of the day, there's really no factual set take on these events. It's solely up to personal interpretation. People have analyzed the music, the camera angles, even the choreography of the intoners' dances have thought to have significance towards their individual personalities, but all I see as the screen fades, and as the music slows to a halt, is the painful acceptance of finally saying goodbye to a friend who eased the burden of a painful journey.
Hey, Zero?
Yeah?
Fuck this game, dude! Here we go again. I guess now is as good a time as any to talk about Ending E. Now, Ending E is a totally different beast. Since it's strictly novel material, we can comfortably cover this now while Mikhail continues to fend off waves of weaponized sound and purposefully misaligned camera angles. Ending E is a weird mishmash of every ending we've seen in the game, and is the ending in line with Drakengard 1's continuity. Essentially, the only key differences are that Zero actually killed Accord at the start of the novel, which is surprising considering Accord's strength as an android. Her being an android is also the explanation for Bardas being a nearly unkillable war machine in the manga. He was another such android, only Bardas was literally made for combat. Accord hails from the Old World, but more specifically, the Kingdom of Night, an area of a future Earth stuck in perpetual twilight since the planet is off-axis due to the moon exploding, and created dragons and androids in response to a hostile planetary takeover, or as we call it on the streets, a massive fucking alien invasion. The flower also still existed around this time and was locked up in Cathedral City within the Kingdom of Night as a safety measure. That was until it was teleported to Midgard in 856 through some unknown phenomenon, taking dragons and magic into the world of Drakengard. Back to the events of the novel, 5 goes down about the same way. Dido tags along, and they go to track down 4, who at this point has already gone mad from the flower. She suspects that her kitchen staff is trying to kill her, and makes a massive reach in assuming Decadus is a part of some plan to overthrow her rule in the mountains. So she exiles him to wander off and die somewhere while she kills everyone in her fortress out of sheer paranoia-induced stress. The party picks Decadus up after finding him wandering nearby 4 Citadel, and the fight goes down with her summoning Zophiel just like in Branch D. Though Mikhail snacks on 4 unprovoked as he did with 3 in Branch A. Moving out of order from the usual roster, the party tackled 2 next, and found Scent dejectedly wandering the desert. What's interesting in this branch is that Zero immediately suspects that, since the lovebirds are separated, 2 probably committed suicide, and confirms her suspicions after privately asking Scent why he didn't follow her. The disciple initially reacting with an expression of brief dismay before erupting into his usual suave, relaxed, chill guy rigmarole and joining the party. They then make their way to the Land of Forests, which has taken on the decay of Branch D, teeming with undead and the stench of death instead of the usual lively, racist elves. They stumble across Octa, who joins under the conditions of surrender, and he leads them to Lady 3, mentioning how the whole forest has been plagued by a poisonous miasma for a while now. Zero thinks that 3 and 1 are in on it somehow, and on the way to 3 Shrine, the party ends up getting sidetracked by a weirdly saccharine odor, and then run into you-know-who in a clearing decorated with yellow flowers. The fight with Undead 5 goes down, ending with Dido and Scent sacrificing themselves, followed nearly immediately by Mikhail tracking 3's presence from above, leading into the Ancient Dragon fight, also from Branch D. This ends with 3 surviving her dragon's demise and landing on the ground. Zero pulls up and tries to stop her from getting away, but Octa manages to intervene just in time. And the disciple chastises his intoner for her doll-making interests, like in Branch A, leading to 3 mind-controlling him like a puppet, similarly to how we saw. Only this time, Octa manages to resist, and is the first and only example of a disciple actually managing to successfully retaliate against their intoner, taking the split-second opening after 3 turns her head to face Zero to summon Armicile, holding 3 in place long enough to be devoured by Mikhail. The 2 make their way to Cathedral City to finish the fight by taking down 1, who's accompanied by her brother in this branch. She plans on trapping Zero in the cathedral, sealing her in with a magic barrier, and hotboxing the entire building with poison. As with Branch A, if all else fails, it's up to her brother to finish off Zero. But the initial fight takes place in the sky where Mikhail blasts Gabriel out of the air, with 1 retreating on her dragon to the central cathedral. Our protagonist crashes through one of the windows and into the main hall, where she meets 1 face to face, with the final intoner admitting she knows the truth of what they are and the threat they pose, explaining that she questioned their existence for a long time, and discovered this world does not need them. This version of 1 had to either be indescribably locked in or literally on crack, because not only did she summon Gabriel earlier, but then proceeds to summon the Golem Watcher Abdil, then summons Raphael, the poisonous spider from Branch B. Taking down all of these Watchers, both Mikhail and Zero are racked with exhaustion and fatigue from the battles and also from the poison. But one just keeps rolling with the punches, summoning Gabriel one last time. And Zero can't help but also wonder, what the fuck type of timing is this bitch on to summon 4 Watchers back to back? All she can sense from her sister is absolute, intense determination, and is holding back the flower's influence through sheer willpower. Mikhail calls dibs on Gabriel so Zero can focus on one, and while initially a little winded, either through delusion or some magical happenstance, Zero hears Michael's voice call out to her, which is just enough to get her back on her feet to whoop one's ass. One fights as hard as she can, but in the end, winds up with Zero's blade through her forehead, Zero dealing the final blow as she overhears Gabriel crashing in the background seconds later. She assumes Mikhail got the job done, but discovers that while one's dragon is down, Mikhail's also lying on the floor with his throat gouged out. She runs over to realize he's long since dead, and in a similar vein to Branch B, resorts to a pact to bring him back, with transferring the flower's curse to his vessel, resulting in Mikhail's instant resurrection at the cost of Zero being reverted to that of a child. Everything seems to be turning out somewhat fine, that is until, in a blur, she finds herself on the floor bleeding to death, while Mikhail launches into action against none other than Brother One, still alive and waiting this whole time. Before the dragon can retaliate, he lurches over, Zero not privy to the knowledge that pack partners share a life force. He monologues like he did in Branch A about some shit that doesn't matter, and Zero can hardly believe that, despite her best efforts to preserve the life she had with Mikhail, in an instant it was cut down before she could even process the situation, with the last thing she ever saw being Accord, observing the scene from behind a pillar. An ironic, pessimistic end to this branch. The woman she killed at the start still living while everyone she tried to save never made it. The branch ends with Brother One starting a new religion like in Branch A, which would eventually bring about the events of Drakengard 1 and a world of chaos to follow. It's depressing that this is the chronologically consistent ending. Everyone dies, Zero fails, and one's legacy is forever warped and twisted into the cult of the Watchers, who cause a whole lot of problems down the line. And it's not like nothing Zero did mattered, but she left with a net negative impact on the world, still dooming it to a cruel fate. But ending D, at the very least, offers a meaningful best case scenario, and is what I consider to be the closest thing Drakengard 3 has to a good ending.
But getting to be with you, Zero, getting to eat next to you, getting to fly around with you, getting to have you yell at me, and then getting to be friends again. It was really, really fun.
I'm glad. Mikhail,
Yeah?
it's almost time.
Okay. Good night, Zero.
Recording. The intoners have been sealed off in another world. The threat of the flower has been extinguished from this branch. However, the possibility exists that this seal could unravel at some time or location in the future. Until then, our recording efforts will continue. Oh, and a personal addendum regarding my observational target, Zero. Perhaps this is beyond my functional requirements as a recorder, but I cannot shake the feeling that somehow, somewhere, Zero is still alive. And that someday, she and I will see each other again. Crazy, I know. Call it a hunch.
And with that, the flower's gone, and Drakengard 3 ends on a bittersweet, almost hopeful note, closing off on Zero's sword and the 4 white doves, paying their last respects before peacefully returning to the sky. That was creative visionary Yoko Taro's Drakengard 3, ladies and gentlemen. Never before in my entire life has a game made me feel the way Drakengard 3 has. And I think a lot of people who like this game tend to agree with this sentiment, for better and for worse. It's not a video game in the traditional sense of the word, and is maybe the hardest game I've ever had the pleasure of scripting. There's just so much to cover with Drakengard 3 that a dude straight up talked about the last song boss fight for almost an hour alone. And even with the video length of my project, I don't really know if I did it justice, just because the experience is so intrinsically tied to your own subjective, personal run-through of the game. But I at least hope I was able to communicate what this game said to me, and how its ideas resonated with how my dumbass brain works. A lot of people think this game is terrible, and a lot of the narrative ideas and philosophies are done better in Yoko Taro's other works like Automata or Replicant, with gameplay that's not the video game equivalent of dragging your balls across a pit of hot coals, but I honestly think that's rather close-minded. Despite the glaring issues this game has, even past the FPS fixes and bug patches when running it through an emulator, the game still is a lukewarm hack and slash at best. Despite the fact that Yoko Taro didn't even really want to make this game, there's still something to dig into here, and it's able to relay these messages in unique ways that require you to engage with the game unconventionally. I do think that a game like Automata is certainly a lot more palatable and easier to get into from a casual perspective, but for true freaks like myself, I will never shy away from dog shit as long as it's got heart to it. Which is why I could not recommend this game in good faith to anyone. Because unless you know what you're in for, there's a pretty high chance you'll drop this shit before unlocking the 4th or even 3rd ending, because from a gameplay standpoint, it simply is not engaging. But that's not the point. This game's narrative is uniquely captivating for reasons I've explained in extreme detail for the past several hours, but this game found me at a weird point in my life where a lot of the existential themes of death and fate really stuck out to me, and I decided to give it a chance on the basis of a narrative experience, rather than just hacking away at motherfuckers for no reason. I thought maybe this game has something to say about these ideas that have been bothering me for quite some time now. What I found was a story of the value of the time given to us, how our inability to forgive our past can cloud what lies ahead, and what it means to do what's right against what you feel is right, and the value in those decisions. I have also considered the fact that this game might have just Stockholm Syndromed me into liking it, and I now have an insatiable need to justify the 70, at this rate almost 100 hours I poured into it with overanalyzing a game that consistently jokes at the player's expense, and I'm just a big dummy that got tricked. But even if that is the case, that's okay, because no matter what, I had fun. I had a lot of fun making this project, despite how unbelievably fucking exhausting it was to play this game twice, read every novella, the entire novel, and the manga, and figure out whether this final encounter was just a huge joke or if there was really anything to pick apart and genuinely talk about. Everything about this game was exhausting, but I always found the disciples to be charming in their own ways, even if their dialogue with Zero feels like it's ripped straight out of Class of 09. I even found Mikhail to be endearing after a while, and overall, I came around to appreciate Zero's arc throughout the entire game. And goddamn, she's honestly become one of my favorite characters ever. It's rare to see any video game character with this much emotional complexity. Granted, much of it is in the outside material, but that didn't diminish the impact of her death or her transformation in Ending D for me. There's nothing here that's particularly wasted or added superficially. She's a raw character study that honestly just happens to have an entire awful janky game attached to her. Despite hating Drakengard 3 at first, I eventually fell in love with it. The world, the characters, the music, and now it's become a part of who I am whether I want to admit it or not, and there's something to be said about a game that can do that. I'm about ready to close off this chapter of the Drakengard timeline and move on from all this. But it's been fun. Hopefully you were able to take away at least something coherent from this video. But that's about all I got. Thanks for watching.
I hope to see you again someday. But until then, I'd like to say thank you for playing.